And that's working. That's working. Do I still have that somewhere? I do. Sounds okay now. The background noise at all distracting, or is it quiet enough that it's not a problem?
I'm actually not hearing any background noise, so not distracting.
Well, good. Then it'll just end up over on my stream. Where it's fine. Beautiful. Okay. Game is up. Let me know when you get in.
What is the
Password is Noble. Noble with no capitalization.
what's the game name?
Nobility.
Ability.
You could also do a search for Phil Roy and it should pop up, but that's pretty quick.
And you said the password is Noble.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm in.
Cool. These real quick so that it's very quick to explain. I don't have to get them all out there, just enough to clean everything. Whee! All right. We'll start at the top of the table.
Okay.
Like it. Ah, quit showing off my hairy legs. Yes, I am wearing shorts. I'm not naked. I'm just still wearing a bathrobe because it's cold over here for whatever reason. My wife's got the AC on. Um, and that corner better there. Up here at the top, you'll see where it says "What is nobility?" These are the major areas of focus. An in-game objective selection system. I recreated the objective decks last night, and I have 189 objectives in the game.
You have what now?
Yeah. Um, there are technically 8 different objective decks. I took a 4x and I doubled it to an 8x. Expand, explore, exploit, yada yada yada. It's just thematic naming, but I doubled it to 8. Really, it's in practical terms, it's more like 6 because 2 of them are special decks that work a little differently. And we'll get down to that in a moment. I also added multiple roles to fight over beyond just speaker. The 2 critical ones are regent and speaker. Both of them have special stuff. Every role has special stuff. The other thing that I added, but those are the 2 that work uniquely different than the other ones. Speaker is the same thing. You're still passing it around, and it determines a lot of the initiative and everything. Regent, you get locked into when you take it, but you get benefits that you can only access if you're the regent. And then the other roles.
How does someone become each of these? Is it on like a strategy card or something?
Oh yeah. I got tokens for all of this. You don't have to remember it. I mean, you can read it. Yeah, you'll still try to remember it, but you know, yeah. It's and then we added a civilian units expansion where now you have civilian units. Civilian units can move around freely on the map. Do not trigger fights if they're in systems with enemy units. If the active player activates a system, they can choose to include or not include civilian units in the fight, but it's an all or nothing thing. Either the civilians get caught in the crossfire or they don't. Are you fighting in the trade lanes or are you elsewhere? And a civilian focused tech tree that's like civic space stuff. It's a purple tree. I expanded trade good economy and Imperium wide events. The trade good economy is really easy and fast to explain when we get there. Imperium wide events are things that will show up in the agenda deck periodically that just happen. Think of it as like an optional third agenda that shows up sometime that has one resolution. But they can have different things that happen. We have 2 new leader types. Imperial military advisors, who are special leaders that you can hire. You have to pay an upkeep to keep them from round to round. Mercenaries want to get paid. If they don't get paid, they leave. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Um,
TI3, so.
yeah, similar, but these guys they're notched into where it's they exhaust. So they're kind of like agents, but they're more powerful, and you have to pay them or they leave.
So
Uh,
is it like when they would be ready, do you have to pay something or they don't get ready?
Beyond that, they outright leave your service. You either keep
Okay.
paying them. You don't have to, until you use them. You could just have them on your payroll and your retainer all you want. It just once they go once they get exhausted, you have to pay something to re-unlock them, or they go away, or you can just hire a new leader, or whatever. Diplomats are a thing that is probably still going to be expanding, but diplomats it's a new leader type. Everybody's leaders are pretty much the same right now. I'm looking at trying to tack a faction special on there, but they're a A leader that instead of just being locked or unlocked, they're a leader that upgrades and improves your ability to do some diplomatic shenanigans and stuff. Is the end design space we're aiming for with diplomats. And then there's additional faction, player, and Imperial Facilities. These are additional structures to create some more structural intricacy and dynamics across the map. We'll go through those in a little bit. And then action cards, exploration cards, and agendas and relics to try and tie it all together as the end state. Things that take the new mechanics and integrate them into existing mechanics and, just make it feel like they work, they're not just module. I mean, a lot of it is modules that were designed independently of each other, but I'm adding things to the different modules so that they hook into each other and they feel like they're more integrated with each other. But we'll just go down the list. Objective selection system. That's these guys here. You'll notice you got 16 objectives here in like the exchange deck, and you could flip these over, look through them if you want. You'll notice that they are value 1 and 2, and there is no difference. They're no longer tier 2 and tier 1 objectives. They can come out at any time that you can get them out. Just some are harder than others. Exchange is on money and paying for things. Expanding is on controlling and territory. Exerting is about control and intimidation and dominance. Having big fleets, that kind of stuff.
So most of these objectives are just the sort of objectives that were in the objective deck, but they're split up into more thematically similar groupings.
Correct. And all the original objectives are in, all the POK objectives are in. They're just grouped, and then I added additional objectives to match the theming to bring it out. Extermination is a lot of action stuff, blowing stuff up, that kind of stuff. Exploration is exploring the galaxy and research. Exploring that kind of stuff. Exploit is a weird one. It's opportunistic stuff. Taking advantage and being manipulative of the game. Cargo run, snatching some trade goods and returning them to your home. Decommissioning your warships is hilarious. Destroy 3 fighter ships you control in a non-home system. Just give up 3 ships for a victory point. You don't even have to blow anybody up. Just give up some of your fleet power.
Alright, so that's supposed to be your ships or theirs?
Your ships.
Oh, it's in the status phase. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Intimidate Council is kind of an opportunistic thing because there are things that not everybody is guaranteed to have an opportunity to do. So, exploiting opportunities. Demilitarized planet. It's kind of like decommissioned warships, but you just remove 4 infantry,
Okay. There's just one thing here that's confusing me. This cargo run thing? Transport 2 trade goods?
Yes.
What is this about?
Cargo now exists as a thing in the game. Cargo is basically trade goods that exist on the map. And you can pick them up and haul them around.
Okay, and then how do you spend them?
Once you carry them, you pick them up where they're at, you get them back to one of your space stocks. And then they go to your faction sheet.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Yep, alright.
And they will just continue to generate around the map, and you'll probably ignore them until there's a big pile, and you hope that you can snatch it before somebody else does. So, and that's one of the reasons also that I included, because you're not going to be wanting to waste your carriers on it necessarily, although you might, or if there's an opportunity to snatch a couple extra trade goods with it. But I made freighters, which are specialized cargo hauling ships, which can only carry cargo. They cannot carry military units. And we'll get to that.
And that's one of those civilian units?
Yeah. The secret deck is a mixture of all the different unit type, all the different objective types, all
Okay,
clustered.
they're still color coded though.
They're still color coded once you flip them over, but it's a mixture of everything, and it's got some wacky stuff in there. Uh, Master the laws of physics, own four technologies, the same colors. Voice of the people. I have added some that are specifically role stuff, where is have one role and become the regent. Voice of the people. You're the speaker. You're going to become an even better. You're going to be the voice of the people and rule for the people. Um, I think the commissar, who's like a military general thing, he becomes shogun. The admiral becomes grand admiral. The inquisitor becomes the supreme pontiff with a little bit of a quasi techno religious aspect. You'll see. There's some weird fun theming. Emperor. You're the chancellor. You can become emperor. You got to have some way to play out your Palpatine. You know,
Alright, fair enough.
stuff like that.
So maybe it's a good idea if we go over all these role things because
Yeah.
they seem to pop up a lot.
They will, and I just want to. I'm kind of doing the 2 foot dive into these things because I could get a lot deeper. But this is to give you just the kind of like the 1 foot overview, so you have an idea what's going on with the objectives, so you understand why other things are what they are.
Yeah, I mean now I'll understand what I'll draw them and I want to ask why are these different colored.
Yeah. The Exalt deck is weird. It's the one that starts initially unlocked, and is your starter objectives. They are objectives that people have to collaborate on, but not everybody can score them. So it's like we get to work together, and it automatically makes you start sharpening your knives to start stabbing each other and cutting each other out of them, which is really kind of weirdly what happens with TI anyway. I mean, everybody the first couple of rounds like, "Hi, how can we help each other get some points?" You know, I help you get points, you help me get points, but we're gonna work together to get these points, and no, we're gonna make sure those guys across the board don't get those points. Kind of what happens anyway. And then there's one last deck. The Exalt deck is a special deck that is tied directly to the regent. They are single shot guac points that the regent can choose to put out, where it's a contest where you're competing with all the other players at the table, try and do what it says, and the person who does it the best gets the point. Like little mini contests. Moving down the line, player roles. You'll notice like 8 roles, 8 objective types, 9 strategy cards, 8 and 9 you'll see showing up a lot. Because I tended to mirror structures between two things. You have your strategy cards. These look pretty normal. You'll notice they have a tertiary ability, which is generally just claiming the role token. Not always.
Can the person that does the primary do the tertiary?
The person who is the primary does the tertiary. So he does the primary, everybody else does the secondary, and then he can decide if he wants to claim the role that is related to that strategy card. Because every role is related to a strategy card, like speaker is related to politics. Politics works a little different because the tertiary, politics, the primary is you're doing it right off the bat. But those go through there. Then you get down to the roles. The commissar relates to leadership. All the roles have a pass ability, where instead of just passing and you're done, your pass actions are passes. You're no longer taking actions after it, but it's a special action that you can do depending on what your role is. Intimidation, when he passes, he can select another player to move half of their remaining tactics tokens to their strategy pool. You just need to stop doing things now.
Round up. Okay, well.
So if somebody's only got one, you can be like, "Hey, I'm not," and you're not getting rid of them. They still get the tokens, and during the status phase, they can rearrange them any way they want. So they will get them back, but you could put a pause on their turn.
Okay.
Chancellor gets to move civilian ships around. Speaker, when he passes, he can reverse voting order by spinning his thing. Are we going to go this way around the table, or are we going to go that way around the table for voting? There was an action card out there, I think in one of the codexes, signal jamming, that lets you basically do this. I was laughing when I saw it because I already had this. Convergent design is a thing. Renovation, the administrator. I got to rename the card. It's actually administrator because nobody ever remembers administrator. The administrator gets to build imperial structures, imperial buildings, which are neutral buildings, which are not blown up if a planet changes hands. Basically, you're turning planets into legendary planets, in effect. A lot of my mechanics mirror mechanics that are already in the game, just applied in a new way. So it seems like a lot to learn, but really it's not that, nothing difficult or mind-bending. Economics has to do with the economy system. They get to return their commodities from the Treasury to their supply, basically resetting the economy, because you can flood the market with your commodities and your trade goods. Which is not good for you. The Admiral gets to produce Imperial Frigates around the map anywhere he wants. Imperial Frigates are neutral ships that you can hire as mercenaries. Inquisitor, he is in charge of technology, and he controls and manipulates technology across the galaxy. He gets to forbid technologies, and then he can try and snatch them up later, gain them himself, and control technology. He can make people unlearn stuff too. The Chamber, forget technology. The Chamberlain is manipulating the objectives and what objectives come into the game. And then the Regent is, his pass actually gets to use 2 secondary actions off of strategy cards that were not played this round, or have not yet been played, or were not selected.
Okay.
I says unscored, or I should say unselected. I gotta fix that. Those are the roles. To make life more complicated, if you have a role and you select the matching card, they're color coded to match. Notice. You flip it over and you play the alternate side when you actually play your strategy card. These are alternates that somewhat mirror the original ability. Like for the core economies, they generally kind of do the same thing, but they do it in a different way. And messes with folks. Like leadership, if you've just taken leadership, you don't really need a whole lot of more command tokens. You'll get a couple more, but you can exhaust somebody's leader, and they can't use it for the remainder of the turn until the status phase.
Okay, so
That becomes a way to block a hero or a commander that's going to be obnoxious.
this ability's on the back of the card.
Yep.
So you exhaust the card and then this comes face up.
No, it's no. You're either playing one side or the other. You're not
Okay.
playing both.
Okay.
You know, once you do your thing, you'll just drop your roll token on top of it to say, hey, I've used my strategy card. I'm gonna make probably eventually some tokens that just say that like a pass, or played or something, where you can put the play token on top of it, and then when you actually pass, you can put this on it and then flip it over or something so that you've passed. Boom. You know what I mean? But they all do fun things. That messes with stuff. The diplomat messes with planets and exhausting planets, and he can do intrigue where he gets to exhaust the planet systems and weird stuff. Politics. Normally, with the politics, you're choosing the primary. You're choosing to gain the speaker token. If you do a power play, you get to choose any role and take it from that person. So you can take it from them before they use the ability, which can have an effect. renovation. You're moving structures around the galaxy and controlling structures. Economics is controlling commodities and the economy, and we'll get to that. Guard is he gets to use the Imperial ships as his own units and just attack somebody with them without risking anything of his own stuff. And he gets to decide where he's building the ships. So. Technocrat gets to remember I told you I talked earlier about how he could forbid a tech. He tucks it under his roll card. If he gets to play the primary over here, he can just unforbid one of his techs and gain it for free. He doesn't have to research it. He just gains it. And then he could spend 6 resources to force everybody else. So like he could like ban assault cannon, then he can gain assault cannon. Anybody who had assault cannon, he could tell him to get rid of it or spend some influence to keep it. Which, if people are trying to save their influence for command tokens, you know, it can influence things. Council, he gets to rearrange the stuff on the docket. He gets to use his voting dice and apply results, so he basically gets to vote twice that turn. And talk Imperial here. That's the weird one. Immediately score 1 public if you fill it. You get a victory point, otherwise draw a secret objective. You gain the victory point, control Mechatol Rex, then the tertiary kicks in. You control Mechatol Rex, you claim the Regency token. You become the Regent. Then flips over, which means you can no longer play the primary here, the regular one. You're always doing the secondary, which does not give you the free Imperial points. You cannot score multiple Imperial points in a row. So it's no longer a scary thing for you to get Imperial a second time, sort of. The primary here is you get to select an Exalt objective. Those were the special ones. And you can put one out into the status phase. And of course, you're going to be cherry picking through that deck looking for the special objectives that you think you can do. You can also discard any number of secret objectives for drawing an equal number of secret objectives. So you can like mulligan your secrets. You're like, hey, I don't want these two. Let me something different. And then spend 1 token from your strategy pool and it should say to draw 1 secret or add a public objective to the docket.
And you're just drawing that from the top of the deck and putting it on the docket?
Yeah, but you can choose which objective type you're going to add.
So there might be a lot of objectives face up then.
There may be, but it's designed to be very much of a dynamic tableau of objectives that are out there. Pardon me, I'm gonna make a note for corrections to make. That was something when I was going through last night, I missed. Strategy card. 9. 6. Secondary. Okay, thank you. So those are the roles. Kind of got to handle how the roles and strategy cards relate to each other now.
Yeah.
All right.
Sense that you add them with the tertiary and they match their card and they give you a second effect on the strategy card.
Yeah, they get you an alternate version of the strategy card you may be able to play for power plays.
Yeah.
The Treasury, now you have a Treasury bag. Whenever you spend trade goods, they go in the Treasury bag. Whenever a game effect says gain trade goods, you gain them from the Imperial Treasury. And that's a random draw. You don't know what you're going to get. You may draw trade goods. You now have trade goods that are your color. Okay? If a trade good is your color, it's a commodity. If it's not your color, it's a trade good, and it has value to you. Pretty easy to understand, right?
Yeah, so is there not an unlimited number of trade goods then?
Right now it's unlimited. That may change depending on playtest. But the game starts with you take double your commodity value and dump it in the Imperial Treasury to start.
Okay.
But whenever you generate commodities, they go into the bag. So somebody like the Hakan, we're generating, 6 trade goods every time a turn. The market is flooded with their stuff, which means then when they start drawing stuff, they're more likely to draw their own commodities, which have no value to them. They have to trade them and wheel and deal with them. And if you draw something that in your commodity is full, then they go back to your supply.
So how would an effect that converts your commodities to trade goods work?
Um, you would exchange them with the Imperial Treasury,
Okay.
or like if we're trading, like you and I, I'll give you, 3 for 3. You physically have to trade the trade goods, 3 pink for 3 white, boom.
Yeah.
Because now on a future turn, if you go to make a deal with pink and you're like, oh wait, all I have are pink trade goods, that doesn't, you'll have to wash the things around in different ways. And also, like for trade, you gain 3 trade goods at the beginning. Well, those are 3 draws from the bank, so you may not get, and you just refreshed yourself, so you may or may not get full value off a trade. And it'll make a difference in how you wash people too, because the trade goods that you're pulling in are not exactly the same. So you can't just do a hey X minus 1. You're actually going to have to do the trades to see what everybody ends up with.
Yeah.
A little bit obnoxious, but I think in the long run it'll have interesting effects because I've reduced the amount of raw trading that you actually are going to probably have to do with trade in the moment, hoping see if it works out. But that's the commodity system updated. The other thing is that trade stations, when they're placed, you get to draw 2 from the treasury initially, and then they increase by they produce 1 trade good a turn during the upkeep phase, and those appear as trade goods cargo in the system. And then there are other things here like a research lab. Um, when you use it to when a planet with a research lab or a tech skip gets used as a tech skip, you get to put a trade good on it. And then which you can then use to spend to pay for research down the road. You can invest in the future by using your tech skip. You can then use it to pay for research down the road. But somebody might come by and steal your research and steal your trade goods.
It says when this planet becomes exhausted during the action phase.
Right. Add a trade
So
good to it, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're exhausting it for research either. It could be
okay, that was what that's what you said seemed to imply. So I was just like, okay.
that would be where you would see it most commonly. But if it's exhausted during the action phase, you can, the research lab is producing research which has value, which you can then spend without having to take it back to a space dock. You could spend it directly on researching stuff from the research lab, but somebody else could come by and steal your research too. Facilities are built as instead of placing a PDS using a construction strategy card ability.
Yeah.
So
I did look over this somewhat recently because I knew it was a part of this.
yeah,
So unless I'm misunderstanding it, the basic facilities, the refineries, and the colonies work basically the same way they did in TI3. They just increase the resource and influence value.
right.
And then the advanced facilities, are they placed the same way? Like just whenever a PDS will be placed, just on specific planets?
Yeah, just
Okay.
yeah, and they have, and then they're limited by what kind of types they can go on, and they have an additional ability um, that tends to be just like a static bonus.
Yeah. Okay. I think these make sense. These are not that complicated.
Right. And I've got tokens to for them all.
All right.
Moving along, since we're down into the player stuff, these are your voting dice. that you'll be using and drawing. You're going to collect these throughout your turn, and they just basically, it says faction sheet, but the reality is you can just pile them on your faction sheet next to your diplomat, because your diplomat will be what you're rolling it against for most things for during the Senate phase. These are your civilian units. You get 2 trade convoys, and I'll just,
The fish is back.
yeah. I had to, find models so I can hire somebody to do the modeling for me, make some models, nicer models. Trade convoys. Gain 2 trade goods from the reinforcements of the owner of each space dock you do not control in the system, and place 1 commodity in the system when you refresh commodities. So when you refresh your commodities, you're going to, pull your trade goods from your supply for your commodities. And then if you have a trade convoy in somebody's system where they have a space dock, you can get 2 trade goods directly from their supply as well. Then you also place 1 of your commodities on the planet where the space dock is at. He has to spend a token to get it. You're getting 2. It's basically you're forcing a 2 for 1 on him. But he has to spend a command counter to get the 1 later.
Yeah, but he's probably gonna build it as docks anyway, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's but if you had like a triple planet system and everybody you decided to share equally and play nice, you could like build 3 space docks and have like everybody's got their trade convoys in there and everybody could make mad bank.
Yeah, I don't really see that happening, but I mean, I guess it is possible.
It's possible. I mean, hey, it's like, do you want to mess with a system that's generating you 4 or 5 trade goods a turn? Who wants to smash up the golden goose? Freighters, get 4 of these. Um, these are your civilian. They start with move 2. They get move 3. Their capacity 6, but they may only transport commodities and trade goods. So they can only haul trade goods and stuff around.
And
You have
they
a
do not have a combat value.
They do not have a combat value. None of these do, except for the guild ship.
Okay, so you mentioned something about the civilian ships can get caught in the crossfire. So how would
Yes.
they, quote, participate in the combat, or would they just die?
Uh, there is a hit priority. Hits must be assigned in this order: military ships, imperial ships, then civilians.
Okay, does the combat end when there's no military ships?
Correct. But and any remaining civilian ships are just wiped out.
Okay.
Um, the Imperial Frigates, nominally, if they're not involved in a fight, will take hits to protect civilian ships because that's their job. They're the police force. Or you can hire them and then they actively whoever hired them gets to roll dice for them and they act like they're on that player's side. But even then, they'll still take hits before civilian ships, because that's their job. But then civilian ships can just get very easily wiped out. The guild ship is kind of like a quasi super carrier civilian freighter thing. It's like your personal command yacht. Like if you were flying around, you're probably flying around in your personal ship. I called it a guild ship because that's what it was called originally in civilians. It may change name. Because guild ships isn't actually a con faction ability.
Oh, yeah.
But if you can get your guild ship into orbit in Mechatol Rex, it is a civilian ship, so it doesn't trigger fights. You get an extra voting die if you can get it there to help you control what objectives end up in the game. It has diplomatic immunity, which is an influence penalty that somebody must pay if they blow up your stuff. With it has a diplomatic immunity.
Okay.
And it's when they blow it up, they have to exhaust 3 influence value.
Okay, so just
No, those are free game, and that may change. Everything here is subject to change. And then the Consular Yachts, these play directly into your Diplomat. Diplomat down here. You can see what Diplomat does. That card's oversized.
There we go. I thought I joined the wrong channel for a second there.
Nope. The Consular Yachts add 2 to your voting dice rolls while this unit is in the Mechatol Rex system. So if your Diplomat has staff, he's more effective and can garner more support for things. And it also is the unlock requirement for the Diplomat. You can permanently install the Consular staff on his staff, and it upgrades him. He goes from Diplomat 1 to Diplomat 2, and permanently increasing his value and giving him 2 dice. He generates 2 dice instead of 1.
Okay.
And then Speech is an anti-fighter barrage roll that you can roll when you're casting votes to remove votes from other selected options during the agenda phase.
And that, okay, speech 6 times 3. Alright. So, just run me through the voting system, because it sounds like you added dice to it.
Yeah. The quick and dirty version is you're going to generate a docket that's going to have objectives on it. Grab some objectives and throw it out here. Okay. Take the first turn. We're going to pretend this is it. Everybody is, during their turn, they're going to collect a stack full of dice. And then they'll roll it. And they will roll against their, let's say I've collected this many dice. I'm going to roll against my Diplomat's combat value of 5. And I got 3 hits. 3 of them are higher than 5. So then I can come up here and I get 3 votes to apply to. I like the sound of Limitless Power, Own 4 Red Techs, and Carrier Pigeon Destroy Players because I'm playing a very aggressive game. Then I'll vote my 3 votes there. Done. Then I discard my voting dice. And then during the what would be tier 1s, you can whatever the most popular item is the one that's elected as the new public. And anything.
So is this in addition to the normal agenda phase?
This is in addition to.
Okay.
Normally, when you would do the reveal new objective step, this is the new fancy reveal new objective step.
Oh, so this is in the status phase.
This is in the status phase. This is before the agenda because you are always going to do this because you always need to reveal a new objective.
Okay,
And then there's a quorum value, which is basically the round number, and anything at the end of this election that doesn't have that much support at all also gets removed and discarded.
okay, and the agenda phase, does that also have this dice system, or is that just the objectives?
Just the objectives.
Okay.
Agenda still works normally. The idea is it's kind of like the American system of government where you got a Senate and a House of Representatives.
Okay.
Or a House of Lords and a House of Commons. You're familiar with the British system. Similar ideas. Two separate wings of government that kind of work independently and make fun of each other. That's the voting.
Okay.
That gives you enough to have an idea. The standard is you get 1 voting die for every leader that you have unlocked.
Okay. For leaders that are unlocked, does that count, say, the Lost Titan agent?
If it says it's a leader,
Well, it's an agent.
it's an agent, so it's a leader.
Yes. So
And it would also
Combat.
include a mercenary that you hire would generate a die for you.
And then once your hero is purged, does that no longer count?
It no longer counts.
What about the Titans that gets like put on his um, planet and doesn't technically get purged?
It's I think though it puts would have to look at it when it comes up. But it may or may not, depending on the phrasing on it.
Okay.
Imperial frigates, you can build them yourself if you want to. They become Imperial ships that anybody can hire. When somebody activates a system, the active player has the option of hiring hiring military advisors first. Basically Imperial frigates. And if he pays trade good at one trade goods, that's the mercenary value. One trade good. For every trade good they use, they can move in one Imperial frigate with the activation into the active system, or use that many Imperial frigates. If the admiral builds these, but he builds them spending out of the Imperial Treasury, but you can theoretically build an Imperial frigate yourself and donate to the cause you'd like. They're kind of do-it-all ships. Combat 8, anti-fighter barrage 10 times 2, bombardment 8. They're not great. Your own dedicated ships are better, but they do everything. A little bit. And, hey, you can help. They exist as a resource. Use them or don't, If nothing else, it's if you've got civilian ships in a system that you're trying to protect, you might want to hire them just because then you can use them in the fight, and they're there to help soak damage before it starts blowing up your civilian stuff.
And do these ships count against your fleet supply?
They do not.
Okay.
I should probably add the civilian keyword to these things just so that but they're neutral, so they wouldn't count against yours anyway.
Okay.
I'll write it down to my list of notes. It just, I think that even if I added the term, people would. It doesn't hurt to add it, but I don't know if it complicates things or not. If it would confuse people if it was there or not. Purple tech is the new tech, and it's all related to, casting additional votes, doing bad stuff to civilian, to ignore a purple prereq to boost your stuff up. Imperial Warrant is exhaust this card after activating this to hire the services of an Imperial Frigate. This tactical action for free. Keep finding notes. Aranami Revitalism allows you to just pull money, generate money for controlling every Imperial facility that you control. Anachronistic Legalism. You can save your votes from round to round, your voting dice from rounds to round.
Okay. I don't think we need to go over all these because when it comes to research tech, I can
Yeah, you can look at those. Imperial Facilities. Okay, you have your basic run-of-the-mill facilities. You've got your basic facilities. You've got your advanced facilities, and then you have Imperial Facilities. Imperial Facilities actually have.
Add that some of these don't have tech skips for purple.
Yeah, because they don't. Yeah. And that's maybe something to consider, is that one of these maybe should have a tech skip for purple. Good idea. Probably I would add it to the oubliette or the assembly hall.
Is this the treasures or the Imperial Facilities you're talking about?
Yeah. The Imperial Facilities are specialty one unique across the galaxy. They are not destroyed. If somebody conquers a planet, they turn the planet into a somewhat quasi-legendary planet, semi-legendary. What's the next step below legendary? Notorious, infamous, famous. Um, they can only be put on certain facility, building, or planetary types.
Well,
And
instead of a legendary planet, you have a world wonder.
yeah, and it's on it. It's a structure. They have abilities, and the other thing you can do is you can exhaust the card if you control, because each one of these is also tied to a role. Um, you can also, if you control the core infrastructure for that role purpose in the galaxy, you can also exhaust it as a way to steal that role and gain access to that role. So if you can't get the strategy card, but you really need that pass ability, and you have access to the Imperial Facility for it, you can exhaust it to claim the role, steal it away from somebody.
Can you ever have two roles at the same time?
No,
So what happens if no one has the speaker token?
that is impossible because I designed it so that um, the speaker token should always be around. In which case, it would default to um, lowest initiative. It would go to the regent next. Um, but yes, I need to ensure speaker token. You're right. There is a potential loophole there, and I may just have to home rule it that's the only way to have two, is that you cannot give up the speaker. That might be the only way to be dual hatted. But so these are out there. You build it with the primary of construction, stuff like that. Events are mixed into the agenda deck, and I have to figure out the thing. And like I said, they happen. They're big. Some of them are kind of what the list was originally was a lot nastier, and I toned a lot of these down. But some of these kind of make me crack and giggle. Wecky leaks after Wecker with everything he was figuring out with Prophecy of Kings makes me laugh. Hidden Moon, because I am diluting the exploration deck a little bit, which will make Mirage just a little bit rarer. This gives it a way for Mirage to show up in games anyway.
Yeah, actually, I don't think I've seen Mirage come up in like the past 10 games I've played.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual for it to show up. So this gives it a way to show up for a couple of rounds. The Prophet just makes me laugh. Whoever's in last place gets to just pick 3 agenda cards and resolve them any way he wants. The Chancellor gets the access to these Chancellor cards that are modifiers for strategy cards. They can modify what is on the strategy cards, and they're two-sided. They get to use each one once. One side is a buff, and the other side is a nerf. Kind of minor, but could be critical at one time or another. And then, you've seen the advisors. You have everybody gets 2 faction objectives in their hand. They're pretty straightforward. If you do what it says in the status phase and score it, then you can gain a research.
Who made those?
Yeah, they're pretty straightforward. And then the Imperial Vault, you get monuments. Those are also something that you can build.
Yeah. So how do you build monuments?
Typically, it's ignore what it says on the backside. Um, there's the primary for construction will let you build it.
Okay. It's just listed on the abilities of construction.
Yeah, yeah. Place a PDS or space dock. Place a PDS. You may place your monument on a planet of the appropriate type.
Okay. Okay. Is that everything?
That's the majority of it. There is a PDF that has a turn order. I'm missing stuff from it, but we'll figure it out. And it also then has a Cliff Notes version. If you look at it, that is not the right PDF. The one I have in the other my bag, though, I'm sure is corrected when I import it. It has some Cliff Notes summaries for all how everything works. Let's go find a table.
Sounds good. Is anybody else showing up?
I just wanted to look real quick at. I feel like we're missing some folks. Wanted to look at the posting on the calendar if it's still on the calendar. Becker thought he might make it. He looks like he moved to a tentative. We might be playing a 3-player. That's fine. Players are good for working through mechanics and finding stuff that's broken. Or online. Becker even.
You could invite other people if you wanted to, I imagine. It might take it, but you'd have to explain the rules, unfortunately, so that makes sense.
They're not too bad. Um, let me load the object over here and we can break these bags down. Okay, that's facilities. Eight-player color bags. Go ahead and spread those out into the right color player areas. Let's plan on a. I'm gonna post an LFG in the variant, and we'll see if anybody who's interested in here. I'll abuse my admin and just do it off the bat because I'm the admin. Haha, I can do that.
Oh, this is pink. This back over here.
Uh-oh. Olo's thinking about coming in. He's not afraid to render opinions. Uh, oh, I know where it's at.
Any decision on what factions we're doing?
I really don't care.
Okay.
I would
Last time you
say,
mentioned you might do pre-made, so that's why I asked.
yeah. I just figured you probably want to choose something a little straightforward, so you're not juggling too much craziness at one time, at the same time.
I mean, if we get enough players, I'm pretty inclined to try Imperium. Kind of my favorite faction in a lot of ways.
Yeah, starting with Dark Energy Tab is nice. It's basically the only time you'll ever get it.
Yep. It seems we have a couple people here who are not unmuted, but I don't know if they're interested in playing.
All right. Let's set up for first case is that we Prophecy of Kings, 14-point game out.
Resetting it to 6 or 4.
Set it for 4, and I may regret that. If we get a 4, Mangle is shooting on.
Chris, are you interested in playing this, or are you here to watch? Oh, wait, is this Pilroy? Is this one of your alts?
Nope, that's not me. Rizzo looks like he's just hanging out, listening in.
Cool.
Whee! I just know that if I just, as soon as I set it up for 3, like suddenly we'll have somebody else show up. But if I play it for 4, then we'll get stuck at 3.
Wait a second. Phil, if you can only have one roll, how does you can get 2 strategy cards in
Yep.
a 4-player game?
Mm-hmm.
How's that gonna work?
One of them might be a super strategy card, and the other one will be played as a normal strategy card.
So, is the tertiary where you take the roll optional?
For most of them, it is, yes.
Okay, so you don't have to worry about, oh, I have to play construction before I play tech so that I can get the tech one.
Right.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, that didn't put it in the right places, did it?
nope. And I don't see any legendary planets either.
Also, that was a 6-player map.
No, it's actually a 4-player, but I'll fight a different one. 4-player, learn to play. Yeah, the 4-player learn to play is probably enough. Worst case, we just pull a home system tile out of there and we just, that player. Treat him as. Alright. Setting up stuff. Go ahead and get rid of these. You can get rid of the trade good bags because we won't be messing with those trade goods. You can hit L to unlock them from the table. And you should be able to pick them up and lead them. If you need to be promoted, the toggle button's been collect now.
Delete the bag.
Yeah, you should be able to just the bag.
What are you doing here?
Hey,
That-
Olo.
Hey, Olo. We're setting up
So,
slowly.
what can you explain, or is it somewhere to read?
I
Not?
I posted a PDF in the variant planning that's got the highlights.
Okay.
Just basically the rough structure of how the different what's to look for and kind of stuff that's varied. Some of it'll take a quick run through, but it's not.
Let me read first. I mean, it's 11 in the evening, and I have tomorrow vacation.
Yeah.
So I need
If
to
you
decide something.
yeah, you could decide whether you want to be silly or not.
Yeah. This impresses me to be silly.
Move these bags back.
Is it just about the play? Let me read and then ask.
Yeah. Each of these boards, me.
That feels like it has too many text skips on it.
Yeah, it does. This map is kind of weirdly rich. The roll tokens, clear this space here. And we'll put our
let's just unlock these.
yeah, unlock it and move it aside.
Oh, I missed one.
Strategy cards can go out.
Did you explain the exploration changes? Like, do we have extra exploration cards? As you mentioned.
The exploration cards are just like extra thematic stuff to just kind of tie into some of the other stuff. Like you can find Imperial Facilities while you're out exploring the galaxy.
Yeah, I'm talking about the deck. You're probably gonna edit that. Never mind.
Yeah, I just put.
What's the password?
Noble.
Noble.
Small.
Yep, all small.
It's not letting me pick it up for some reason.
It doesn't like us. There we go.
Having two people do this was a mistake.
That's all right. And then we can get rid of that speaker token. This stuff can move back. That stuff can move back. That stuff. And then we'll stack the rolls up. Here are the roll tokens. Somebody those out, just arrange them there.
Okay, is there any new units also in the game?
Yes.
Because I saw something with civilian ships and stuff like that.
Yes. They are...
Okay, whatever. Let's do it. I mean,
Yeah. It's really not
give me
as
that
crazy,
fuckness.
complicated.
I'm so fucking annoyed by standard TI, so I'm happy to give new shit a try.
And where's the lead? There. Solo, just over by your play area, there's a turn summary and that highlights. I think that's the PDF I just sent you.
You all played it already?
I've played parts of it, not all together. This is the first run with everything together.
Okay, cool.
Were there some extra action cards or something we're supposed to throw in this deck?
The action cards, the agenda deck, and the secret objectives, all of these can be discarded. Outright full pile. I have replacements for that.
Including action cards?
No, the action cards I wanted to keep. Ah, crap. We could pull it out. I can get those. They'll be over here in the deleted items folder. Or not. Okay, it's back.
Time travel.
Okay, they're back. Yeah, the agenda deck can stay. The secret objectives is the one that can go. The other stuff stays.
Are there also new warships? No.
No new warships.
More diplomacy, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
Here's the other cards to put out. Whee.
Okay, I'm gonna step away for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
That's long. How you do the action cards with in GIMP?
Yeah. And
So you have a template which is just requires you to change the text?
yeah, and actually Daryl and I worked together and collaborated for a lot of this. He's got a website up that you can produce the graphics on. You just enter the text on it. And like I did it last night for the objectives cards, 196 objectives. I figured out a workflow where I could just type all the data in a spreadsheet and then submit it all to the website, and then I can download the graphics from the website as a big.
How is the website called?
I'd have to shoot you the link. It's in the
Is this
toolbox.
IO website? I know one for cards, which is some IO website.
Yeah.
You upload a template and then just do
TI4
spreadsheet
cards images appspot.com.
it's a TI4 website. Okay.
It's AppSpot, but he created a web app on it that does it.
Yeah, I know some similar ones. Cool.
These are 8 exploration cards that we can. These are obviously look different. You know, somewhere I got the wrong card back on. Twenty action cards to mix in. Bloop.
And the faction also more or less the same. Or is there any change?
No changes to the factions.
Outside of their monument, I think.
Yeah, you get a monument, and you do get faction objectives that you start with that you could use to gain your faction technologies instead of having to spend tech upgrades on them. Or build, you can get your faction techs without having to build your build tree that direction. But they still take some doing to do. And this may be something where we like get it all set up, play the first round, or get it all set up. I'll save a game state, and then we play the first round, and then do it as a teaching round, nice and slow, and then we go back and start over, or just keep going. Who cares? But I'll definitely try and drop a save state once we get everything loaded up. And then I need a docket board. Let's see. I gotta. That one. Space there. Where did I put the? Uh-oh. Where did I just put the bag for the objects? Secrets are more fun. 72 of them. Yeah, although if nothing else, this will give you a lot of variety because there's 192 objectives or 189 objectives in the game.
We play to 14 points?
14 points.
Okay.
Because you're not limited in round 1 and 2 to only 1 point objectives. there's lots more guac going around, so you'll have no problems.
Okay.
Imperial Facilities are the treasure ones, right? Or the special ones?
Correct. They're over here. Start with one of these guys out. Burden the Mad Scientist.
So everybody can do that?
No, you have to hire the Mad Scientist. He's a military advisor. He's a mercenary that you can hire.
Okay.
All right, time to set up play area. Matt, there. That's a tech board up there. Faction, I will play Federation of Soul.
We just choose anything?
Yeah, something that you think would be interesting or not too crazy, just to because it's gonna be busted for the first round. So I figure you're fighting enough with new stuff. Pick something that you're familiar with.
I know everything.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm not hating.
As much as I want to pick the SAR, I don't want to do that to you guys. So.
You watching a recording?
Dave is super silent.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. What I was saying is, as much as I want to pick the SAR, I really shouldn't.
Is there also new text beside the civilian ships?
Just the civilian tech is the primary new stuff. Hate this bug. I hate this bug. I hate this bug. What did I figure? I figured out a way to fix it. I can't remember what it is.
Alright. Anyone have any objection to me playing the Mahawked?
Yeah, I was thinking, but you can go ahead.
Alright, thanks.
That's right. You pick it up like this, pull it out like this, then it spawns where you're dropping it, and it doesn't mess up. Oh.
I love it when things
Oh,
come
that's
out
right.
backwards.
Yeah. When you pull your commodities bag out of the bag, you got to pull it out, turn snap to grid off on the bag, and then drop it back in a bag and pull it out again, and then you can move it without having the graphics bug hitting you.
Are these supposed to be stacked, by the way? They're not separating.
Which where you ping it or
Yeah, I just pinged it. It's in purple. Just look where I'm building things.
they will not stack because they're
I'm
technically
not talking about on top of each other. I thought they had more than one. So
no.
you could put them on planets. But
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the intention.
Yeah, these are just markers to put out on the planets.
Yeah, so are they supposed to have a stack of them saying transit diode, logistics hub, because they're not
No.
separating?
They're not. You have one transit diode, one core factory, one embassy. You get 2 trade stations, 2 refineries, and 2 colonies. You don't get a. That is what your limit there.
Yep, got it. So you can only have one of each.
2 of the basics, 1 of the advanced.
So
Hmm.
yeah, for some reason the trade convoys are toggled to have snap on.
Yeah, off. Imperial Frigate. Back that. My special faction components. Oh, what did other people grab?
What?
I'm still setting up my area.
Which I was
Hawked.
locked. Hawked and Muat.
I'm doing Imperium.
Muat.
Hello, who's this?
Howdy, Jan.
Hello. I'm only watching.
That's fine. Diplomat card main.
We draw these the faction-based objectives to your hand, or do we put them?
Yeah. In your hand is fine.
Right, and the same with the. And what about the monument?
You could just put it with your other facilities. Really.
They don't
Other-
stack.
Or just set it off to the side. You could even just put it on your faction sheet
Wait,
next to the PDS
Does this
too.
only work with supernovas? This shit?
When you cast. Yeah.
It makes no sense to pick Muad.
Well, there is a supernova all the way over here. You just. Yeah, but not in
No.
yellow.
I don't want to play Muad. You said there's nothing special on factions. Should
Uh,
have told me before.
Well.
I want to have
there-
a useless monument.
There is an ability to. There's an event out there that you could use to fold something to you. Actually gain use of it.
Watt can also make their own supernova.
This is the same shit. Chase to supernova. There's one fucking supernova on the other side of the board. No, I'm not playing Muad.
Here.
I'm not creating it. Yeah, give me a supernova. Okay, cool. I'm playing Muad.
Quit your bellyache, and you. And you want your supernova? We're gonna take this one and move it.
Here, give him my Aang. I'll take Nebula.
Yeah, you got Empyrean anyway. You're happy to have two new nebulas in your slice.
Here you go.
Now you can't
Now
have
you
two
can
reds
get-
next
now
to
you
each
can get
other.
Cruisers. Give him Warsons. I'll have 3 Nebulas in my slice. Haha.
So
I should have chosen this color right here with blue, because that's where I would have gone if I was Imperial, actually.
again, other setup things. For your commodities, pull out twice your commodity value. Drop them in the treasure.
Commodity 4 commodity, 3 commodity. So we should have 15, so 30 total.
Waiting for blue.
So we need 6 from blue. There we go.
And remember, you do secrets before or after you do the publics. Or I think.
You do it before. Unless you're changing the rules on us.
Yeah.
Realize I don't have any open spaces next to me. I'm kind of sad. Actually, no, I can go right here. All right, that's good. I'm gonna put down planets and frontier tokens if that's okay.
Do we keep one of these objectives?
Yeah, and the graveyard's gonna break on it because it doesn't know what it doesn't recognize it to know what to do.
So we have to put them back in the piles and then shuffle manually.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's for everything. We'll have to do it, so we can't use graveyards. I can place
Some
frontier
things will
tokens in
still be fine.
planet
But
cards, right? Oh, sorry.
yeah. Place
So
planetary
what's
cards.
the difference about explore and exchange?
The different objectives are the decks over here all have themes for what's in each deck.
I noticed you still have unlock on the council card, by the way. I don't know if that's intentional
I
or not.
just want to look what this is to understand.
Expansion has to do with, if you want to flip them over and look through the decks real quick or search them, you can.
But how do they get out?
They are during your turn, during the upkeep step. These will be unlocked, and you can draw one from the deck of your choice and add it to the docket. I got to put the docket out here yet. Still, that's the last thing I got to build, and then we'll vote on which ones we want to have become scoreable objectives.
Oh, okay.
So you can try and steer it in the direction of the kind of game that you.
Alright, so we can discard a secret and just put it back, right?
Yeah, just put it back in the deck.
Well, I don't know what this is. So
Pick one that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I really don't.
I have no idea what the other one is, so I take the one which I understand.
Yeah, I don't know one of mine. How did you
Oh,
want to show?
quick question. When can we use the objectives for the technologies?
Your faction objective techs.
Yeah, so when do we score those? Does it just say, it says status, so do we use it to replace a scoring of an objective? That seems a bit strong.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I made those. They're just an additional objective type, so they have their own window.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can only score 1 per round then.
Yeah, unless you're
Okay.
one of the few factions that has an action phase one, then yes, you can do 2 in theory.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's not a public objective and it's not a secret objective. It's a faction objective. You can score one of each type status phase.
Curious to see how this goes.
Let me go build the docket. Yeah. Not it. That's not it.
I got smacked down.
Ignore the colors on this.
Yeah, be quiet, please. People are trying to sleep. 1.
Yeah.
Are we doing the whole start with a freighter or something in our, or no?
No. Uh, okay.
So if we're doing 4-player, how are we deciding what strategy or whatever cards we were using? We'll get to that, I assume.
And the first two publics are.
These are the exact decks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I tried to flip them.
Excel. First two are have at least 4 envoys in orbit around Mectalrex. Place a control marker on this card for envoys in orbit at the end of the status phase. And build 6 freighters or trade convoys. Oh, well, I guess we're getting freighters out.
So everybody has to build one and then puts it on this thing.
Right.
The action
You
one.
mark it, and then they score at the end of the status phase.
And
So it's
envoys are.
Yeah, elect a new generation. It's I need to
Where are my
change
envoys?
the elect a new generation. I need to change the wording on that.
Do you want to just change it for a new objective then, since it's something you needed on the wording for? We'll just take this one away and set it to the side, and we'll draw another exec. So here we go. Ready? Gather a grand fleet.
Oh, look, everybody wants to build ships, some kind or another. Have 12 Imperial Frigates on the game board. Oh, lovely.
Where is the card for the Imperial Frigates? I don't see it anywhere.
It should be in your deck. You may have grabbed the deck of tech stuff and just tossed it all in your tech pile.
Oh, so it's in the tech deck.
Yeah. It'll also have
I
your.
can just put that out here.
I would just put it by your ships, on your faction sheet over here, the empty space. But wherever you want it, yeah. And you've got your diplomat somewhere. There actually is a spot for the diplomat over there. You just got to shrink the card a little bit. The diplomat not so long. First world problems. All right. Can't think of anything more to poke at. I think we're go. Find a speaker to start with.
Is the capacity for the freighter based on the number of trade goods it can carry?
Its capacity is 6, so it can haul up to 6 trade goods at a time.
Yep.
A quick roller. We'll see who gets the speaker to start.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe some explanation.
Yeah. Let me drop a save, and then I'll just talk through the turn.
Dave, hit the roller real quick.
I don't see the roller. Am I missing?
It's over here where I'm pinging.
Or you just grab one of your diplomacy dice and roll it.
Okay, so although you and I need to re-roll, I guess, or is it just we go with Phil and it goes in that order or whatever?
Yeah, I had the high roll, so
Again, really? You both got 9?
we just needed high roll on the first 4, and I had high on the first.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Phil has the thing. Speaker.
All right. Rolls are color coded to match strategy cards. If you have the roll that matches the strategy card, when you take it, instead of playing the normal side, you'll flip it over and you'll play what's on the back side. There's an alternate version that has slightly different effects.
I'd recommend having a stone out to cover
Yeah. Well,
the action card when you use it. So
once you use it, just drop your roll on top.
Oh, wait, roll on top of it. Okay.
Yeah, and that way we know it's been used. Because that way, when you pass, you can actually then flip your roll token as well. You're no longer looking at your roll.
Okay, so
I'm not going to take that one for the first pick. I am going to take here.
the question: does the
Warfare.
second side of warfare allow you to? It allows you to build Imperial Frigates, right? So.
Yep. The admiral roll does.
Alright, so I guess I'm up to choose.
I think the way around my rule of only one roll at a time is speaker will be the exception. Because then it's not a problem if you grab another roll. You can only have one non-speaker roll at a time.
We got a technology. Pretty sure I take trade.
Yeah, whatever. I take leadership. No idea.
Also, you recruit these special agents through warfare, right?
That's not gonna like that. Okay, we're just gonna have to do turn order manually because it's not gonna play nice till I get Daryl to fix that script for me. Something simple for him, but he wanted me to at least run a game before he invested the time. We invest. Hey, hold on. These are blue. I got a feeling.
Oh,
Wasn't.
we have to pick on one strategy card?
Oh yeah, we gotta pick 2, don't we? Got 4. I will take. Then.
All right, Dave. I wanted that.
Yeah, we all want that.
Make sure you set grid, take grid off. I don't know why grid turned back on everything when I imported it, but it seemed to set grid on everything when I imported it, and it was not turned on the other table when I saved it all.
Yeah, what is this new aid?
Council. Council is specifically at controlling what objectives come into play and manipulating the objective docket phase.
Whatever. No idea.
It's very powerful because you're controlling what objectives are coming into play and controlling the flow of victory points. Takes Imperial. Okay. Imperial gets a trade good on it. Got a purple one. That exciting. My first.
At least exploration still works on the right click.
Yeah, that'll
I
still
think
work.
I'm starting.
Yep.
Yep. Let me
Oh well.
let me set turns. I think I can do turns automatically. Yellow is 1. I have 2, so that's white. Then who's got 3?
Purple.
Purple.
Okay.
How can you promote? Then I.
It's over
Can
here. It
pass
should
it.
already. Oh wait, he removed the button, didn't he? Or is it?
I just moved farther out. That's okay. I'll promote him still. Boom, done. Take your turn all over. Did you click it accidentally?
Just build carrier and destroyer.
Okay.
So the civilian ships, do they count towards fleet supply?
They do not.
How many can you build of each?
You're limited by the plastic in front of you.
They're in your bag that you didn't take out. So you should have 4 freighters, 2 trade convoys, 1 guild ship, and 2 consular yachts.
All right.
And so if a guild ship has capacity, it can pick up trade goods, right?
Correct. The only one that's really cannot that has capacity is the freighter. Freighter is restricted to just trade goods. Guild ship can haul fighters and infantry, and just the freighter cannot.
What are these purple techs?
They are an additional tech tree that is related to Senate stuff and civics related stuff. Government related technologies. Oh, here you go. Here are your faction tech.
Oh, that's nice. I don't need blue tech.
Here are your 2 faction objectives. You can put them in your hand if you want.
That needs to go back. I was hitting Aldo and I hit the. Yep. There we go. DMZ.
Well, that's fun to get right off the bat.
You're still a bit low, Dave, if you're trying to talk.
Sorry. I was just saying that I'm glad you got that, so I don't have to put that on Semlo or I can't get forward dock.
Well, I'm glad it's not on a high production planet.
Not a bad one for it.
Yeah, it's like a free trade good every turn now.
I'm going to end my turn and then use my agent in the meantime.
What is a warfare technology? Is this a bonus you get on the bottom when you do that?
Yeah, when you complete it, it's a status phase objective. So when you score status phase, it's a
But on-
separate objective you can
But
score.
on the bottom there's some bonus or what?
Yes, when you
Yeah, you gain-
score it, you don't get a victory point. You either gain Magnus Reactor or research it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the warfare technology?
Red ones.
Oh, okay.
Imperial Facility. Place an Imperial Facility of your choice on this planet if at least one is available that matches this planet type. So where are the Imperial Facilities?
They're over here, and they're supposed to start with
2.
2. On the backside, it'll show you what planetary types they can go on.
Oops.
What planetary type did you find it on?
Velnor. So industrial. So it has to be the Imperial Facility, the naval shipyard.
Yep.
Alright, so what
That-
does this do?
So how to get these guys?
Those guys come off of somebody taking the Commissar super action.
Which is the red token. So you have to have leadership twice essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a token that I put on the
Yes.
planet?
You get. There's actually
Are
a
you
miniature for it.
using-
Here you go. Here's the naval shipyard.
Alright, so that goes on to Velnor over here.
Alright, and then we pull one more out of the deck, right, to replace it.
Right.
There we go.
Make these. Steel will pop out a little. Bottom.
Alright, well I guess that's my turn, so
Yeah, the shipyard lets you cannibalize ships to build bigger ships. It's also an Imperial facility.
Kind of. Actually, this. Nice.
It'd be hard for me to become neighbors with people and trade.
Yeah, perfect. Useless commodities. So what commodities I get from this treasury or what?
Yes. When you commodities come from your bag of commodities over here. Or trade goods in your color.
So are they commodities or trade goods?
They are commodities. When you gain commodities, they are of your color, and they go against
If
your
they're
commodity
different
limit.
somebody else's color, they're trade goods.
Yep.
So and how I trade them?
Like normal trade goods. If you give them to somebody else, they become trade goods for them, and whatever you get in return, hopefully they're not your color and can be trade goods for you.
And if you gain trade goods, you can just take it from somebody else's bag to name them as trade goods, so to speak.
So when I get from the bag,
You
trade
would,
goods, they are commodities for me.
if the card says gain trade goods, it's you draw them from the Imperial Treasury, and you get a trade good of a random color.
But it can't be yours, right?
No, it can be yours. In which case, you better hope you got the space in your commodities for it.
Oh, okay, understand.
Okay.
If you don't have the space for it, it just goes back to your supply, which is still taking it out of the economy, which is minusculely still beneficial to you.
Trade though, if you take the the strategy card though. So if I'm getting 3 trade goods and it replenishes, that's kind of counterintuitive.
It's not it seems like it would hurt you a little bit, but you're still removing them from the trade good because the things that are in the trade good will show up around on the map and get used and show up in the economy. So getting your stuff out of there so that it's not showing up elsewhere is beneficial to you. So even if you're taking trade, yeah, you could draw 3 of your own things from the bag and you have no space for it. It's still good for you to get them out. You just don't get as much of a gain. It's a little bit of an intentional nerf on trade.
Okay, and my other question is, do the civilian ships, explorers, Sprintier tokens?
Only if you've got the technology for it, because the DT says...
I do, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. If it says you have a ship, it's a ship.
Cool. Did you use construction, by the way?
No, I did not.
Oh, so you explored something and it gave you a facility.
Yeah, it gave me this naval shipyard thing.
Cool. I don't like the fact that we're so far apart on the map because it makes trading so difficult. I wouldn't have taken trade so early if that was the case.
Yeah.
I would have taken construction instead. Sad.
Like I said, I some of the more powerful strategy cards I wanted to indirectly nerf, and
yeah, I didn't understand the thing about the Imperial Treasury. It happens.
now I do have an idea in the back of my head to salt potentially the Imperial Treasury bag with just some neutral trade goods that are always trade goods. So like that initial mix, a little less on the first turn or two, is a little less likely to be mean to you. But we'll see.
Okay, whose turn is it? Who's going?
It is.
Say,
it's my turn.
Blue, I'm inclined to trade with you if you pop tech soon, I guess. Well, I need an additional trade before I do that. Yeah, it allows me to get gravity drive, so I can get adjacent to yellow and you for trade.
Yeah, but you need to get adjacent to me to get the money to trade.
Yeah, that's the issue, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I think I'm gonna try popping politics and see if I can get an action card to help me with that.
Maybe hit
Might.
trade good or refresh a planet one.
You said I can have 2 roles if I take the speaker token, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
The speaker is the one role that is independent of that.
And when are the backsides coming in?
If you have the role when you play the matching strategy card.
It's the bottom thing of the card. You'll see territory.
Tertiary allows you to claim roles.
Tertiary.
Yeah.
It's the last thing that happens.
Right now you have counselor and you have leadership, so when you play it, you can choose to trade or claim either the commissar role or the chamberlain role. And which would then give you access to the backsides. Backside of the chamberlain role, basically, he just gets to ramrod through an objective of his choice. The backside of the leadership.
Oh, go ahead.
And the commissar gets to basically tell somebody you're not doing anything this turn. You thought you had a bunch of action tokens, but really you're going to sit on your duff and be quiet and not take a lot of actions. tactical actions.
So my question is, where is it? Where is it? I just forgot my question. Excuse me for a second.
All right. Important.
Did you
It'll come
change
up again.
the frontier deck for exploration?
No.
So it's completely the same. So which decks are changed?
All I've done with the exploration deck so far is to add some exploration cards for finding Imperial facilities.
Oh, so they're all the same except changing for Imperial Facilities,
Right.
is what I'm hearing.
Yep, that's all.
All right, and he just found the one for the green deck. Is there more than one for the deck?
There are
Or is it
2 in
just-
each deck, yes.
Okay.
For a total of 8, plus the administrator role for construction gives you an Imperial, if there's an Imperial available that you can take. So the Imperial facilities will all pretty much come out.
All right, I'm just going to activate politics and draw 2. I'll take the speaker token, put it on top, draw 2 action cards. Oh, that works. So yeah, we'll be able to do the thing soon. I just need to do an action card blue, if that's okay.
Okay.
So what are voting dices?
Voting
And-
dice in the upkeep phase, where you normally would reveal an objective, we have a Senate phase where we populate the objective board. You get 1 voting die for every leader that you have. On your diplomat, you'll see a combat roll. That is your 2-hit number. Think of it as bombardment for support. You're gonna
You
roll.
should disable the dice in this bag to not be sticky, and I don't know how to do that. So there's going to be a lot of them. Snap grid.
Yeah. And it may be replaced with just one of those little die roller things too, because then you could set your value
Yeah.
for what your current thing is.
I think I might just grab a die roller real quick and just do that.
Yeah, if you want to just grab a die roller and just use that, it might be. And then
I'll just put a single die next to it just to denote that. I need to look at the top 2 agendas and I'll pass my turn. Anybody else following politics in the meantime?
I'm planning to.
I'll pass turn and look at the top 2.
I am activating the Semlor system. Just take that planet, let's explore it. Fragment. And at the end of my turn, I'll use biostims and ready Semlor.
Leadership. Cannot press any button.
it may not. No, you just have to declare it because the scripting on those is busted. Up in leadership.
I'm putting both on bottom, by the way, guys. I don't think we want to do Minister of War this early.
Does not claim the commissar role.
Huh? What I'm claiming? I don't know what to do.
Leadership.
Okay, look at the rolls over here.
Yeah, whatever.
You
Okay.
have the commissar, which is the red one.
Give me whatever. I don't know what it gives me.
There you go. And then because you've played leadership, just go ahead and drop that on top of leadership so we played it.
Okay.
Rolls are typically giving you an ability to do when you pass your turn.
Instead of saying action,
And-
it says pass. When you
okay.
pass, you get to do what it says.
I see. Okay.
Whee.
I'll collect the blue in a second.
And for me, I'm gonna play diplomacy. You can spend a token from your strategy pool to ready up to 2 exhausted planets.
I will do so.
Phil, I believe I'm using my agent on you. So I'm gonna pick up this guy. Spend that for you. So just take that back.
Oh, Mechatol turn 1, sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gave him Mechatol turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Potentially.
Please put this token, man. Think logical.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I'll do that token.
Because he goes here and he got 6 influence
Yeah.
and goes here done.
Yeah. And I will download this system.
I am good for popping tech whenever blue would be helpful if we do it soon.
Okay.
I'll claim the Chancellor just because I like to have a roll in case something happens.
So, yeah.
So in the meantime, I'm figuring out what I'm doing.
Whee!
So I kind of have to pop trade here.
Okay. The trade.
Yeah. So I have to kind of have to pop trade here.
So you'll draw
I'm
3.
not going to be close to white anytime soon. I'm trying to put it over here. Also, is my computer plugged in? Because there's dirt. It's not charging. Hold on, guys.
All right. You're going to draw 3 from the Treasury. I'll pull them out for you. Yellow, white, and yellow.
Give me
Use
my money.
charge.
So can he use them?
Okay, there.
Yeah, he can use those. Those are trade goods for him. And then he replenishes his own commodities. Right? Now he has 4 commodities. Now he can decide if he wants to refresh anybody else. And he can look at it based on who he's likely to be swapping stuff with or getting stuff from. And he may refresh everybody just because he knows we're all...
For now, I'm sorry. That was my computer not having charge, even though the power cord was in. It seems
Yeah.
the socket ran out for some reason.
That's... Thanks. I went ahead and drew 3 randomly from the Treasury for you. And
Yeah, 3 frigates, awesome.
and then I refreshed you for your 4.
Yep.
And then you
All
can
right,
decide if
so-
you want to refresh anybody else.
So what I'm thinking is going to be happening is between yellow and blue is going to be who wants dark bags. And then I think it'll be trade buddies. So I think for now with blue, it's just I'll give you a full refresh if you're willing to pop trade when you have enough. So let's see. Where are you? You're there.
So what's the deal here? You want me to use tech on my next turn?
If you don't mind, but I don't know if you want to double tech this turn or not.
I
Sorry,
am
this
ready to
round.
double tech. I have the money for it, but I would rather use construction first.
I would really prefer having tech first personally because I can't trade with you otherwise. That's why I had to do trade now.
Yeah. Well, you've got the. I'm just your Empyrean. You've got the destroyer. You can go explore that beta wormhole. On the 1 turn, you gotta wait, but because it would be construction then tech on my next turn. Does that work for you?
I'm gonna struggle with it a bit. If I'm being honest.
Okay. Well, if you want to do the full refresh when we get adjacent to each other, I guess I can pop tech now. I think that'll be fine.
If you're willing to do tech first, I'd be happy to do it. I would do full refresh, and we'll go from there. That's why I'm a bit impatient about it because I do need the I do need the tech so I can get adjacent to you, and that's important because I want to move here and move here, I guess, in a way. So I think I can get adjacent to you this turn by putting a ship in this location, most likely. But we'll see. Yellow, I think we'll talk when we get adjacent because it's dependent on tech if we do. But I am willing to refresh you if you give me. You have how many tokens? 1 or 2?
I have 2 already.
All right. So if I refresh you, would you give me X minus 1?
Makes no sense. I'm doing it 1-for-1 then.
Yeah, you're getting 1 for 1, and you're getting 1 more trade good eventually when that trade does happen.
Yeah. Oh, makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense, or what are you saying?
It's a 1-for-1. Makes no sense for me.
You're still getting 1 more trade in than what you're gonna get if you try to get for a 2 for 2 from me. Okay.
I understand. We can. So how does this work, Phil? I don't get it. When I'm drawing now here too, out,
When
they
you
can be any color.
No, not for commodities.
Because
My-
the problem is, you have purple ones. Okay.
yeah, he's got
Yeah.
purple ones.
I would give him my yellows, and he gives me his
Purples.
purples, right?
Or he could give you the white one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then let's do that. I'm getting 2.
Yep, and I'm taking an owner token from you for later.
Yep.
There we go. And then white. I don't know if you want to pop warfare soon or not.
I probably would do it next turn if you want to refresh me.
Yeah, I'll refresh you if you're willing to do it next turn.
Okay.
That would help, I think, everybody on the table quite a bit.
Okay.
All right, and then yellow, if you're popping tech, I'll give you a refresh and then wash you as soon as we get tech, because I can just move there.
I also want that equidistant.
Okay, you want to go here?
Can
I can go somewhere else. It's fine. I'm just letting you know. I can only take 2 of them anyway because I don't have the infantry. I mean I will after warfare, but
Oh, that's a fighter. I thought that was another infantry.
Yeah. Because I'm definitely wanting to take Homestead because I know that Muat's not going to be able to get there anytime soon, unfortunately. And
Definitely best for me to pop construction first because I want to drop a facility on Semlor before I use it for tech. It'll give it 1 more resource. And I want my forward dock to have that +1 on it, so I don't want to have to drop that on Velnor.
and I don't have a stall action, so.
Well, you have your agent.
Oh, you used it already. I can't use it in anybody else. It's already been exhausted. I used it so I could get an additional strategy token because we have everybody with all the strategy cards.
Wait, when did you? Do you have a ship in a system that doesn't have planets? I thought that's how it worked.
Oh, that's a good point. So I don't have that additional one. And I have 1 less command token for him.
That's why I was confused. I didn't see any way for you to have used that.
I'd be willing to give you an additional very good with the wash if you pop tech now instead of doing construction, because I'm assuming you're getting 1 additional resource by putting a mining facility or something like that.
Yeah. The issue is I really want it on. Yeah, it is 1 resource. Okay, so I see. If you're giving me the trade good, then yeah, you're making up the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, then sure.
Cool. All right, so I will pass turn. You've gotten refreshed. Whose next turn is it?
I believe I'm next.
Because we're on the politics one, right? Or which number are we on, Phil?
It's purple's next. You're purple. You're next. So yeah, it goes to blue.
I'm doing purple now. So who's after purple?
Blue. I set the turn order manually. The turn order in the top right is correct.
Yeah, so we're on technology 7 now.
Yeah, so I'm
Okay.
using technology.
I-
Yeah.
Phil,
It-
if I claim the rule now, I can just replace it later.
Correction. You use the value of the lowest number of your strategy cards, so we're not on 7. It's just whatever the order is for the first. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So like when you have 2 strategy cards, your initiative is whatever the lower of your 2 cards is, and then you just round robins through a second
I am
time.
using tech, so
Okay. I will follow tech.
I'm gonna follow tech.
Can you use AI development on purple skips for unit upgrades?
Yes.
Unit upgrades, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Can't think of any reason why not.
Yeah, I'm getting gravity drive, even though I don't want to get gravity drive.
I'm trying to convince myself not to get anti-mass and gravity drive, and I just can't do it. Like,
I guess I have to ask to wait for warfare then. Because, yeah, because I can't secondary it, because I have to use my agent in order to get the secondary. Wait, did somebody pop leadership earlier?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I missed that.
okay, I'm assuming everyone's done with tech, so I'm just gonna end that turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get my token out of the way. So I guess if you pop warfare now, I'm kind of screwed now, White.
What's the plasma scoring here?
I don't know. I don't have mine. I don't find it, so I copy yours.
Oh, okay.
So what can I do with this council card? What run bridge do that? Unlock an Excel sheet is the only thing what I'm reading. Phil.
Yes. Over here, if you look on objective things over here, see these white tokens? These decks objective types are currently locked from being chosen. So right now, the only objectives that people can choose to add right now are Excel objectives. So you can choose to remove one and then rearrange them any way you want. Kind of silly to rearrange them, but you can rearrange them. And you could
Okay.
yes. The only one that you can't lock is the Exalt deck. That's special.
Okay. Okay. Let's come to this next round. First, I'm going here. Let's see what we get for useless thing. Hey, I get a trade. Do I draw this, or what is happening here? Again. This trade could I draw out of this box?
For core mining, yes. When you gain a trade good, you draw it from the treasury.
Hey. So yeah, this is moving on.
Gain the trade good from the treasury if you gain the trade good. My turn. I'm gonna pop warfare. Move a command token. That one.
Phil, I was going to ask if you could delay that because I don't have the command token, but that was my mistake, but I can understand if you don't want to.
Go ahead and pop it. And then redistribute the command tokens in your command any way you want. I want to steal one. I'll leave it there. Gain the admiral. Do I want to be the admiral instead of the chancellor? Absolutely.
So what happens when I build now 3 civilian ships with this? I get 3 tokens over there. On each.
What are you looking at?
So I would build 3 of these, whatever, frigates.
3 freighters? Yeah, you get 3 freighters. Yep. Wherever
So
you're building
just
them.
doing that as an example.
Yep.
Okay. And what's happening now? On the scoring, I put 3 tokens on each.
Yeah. Which basically means you're locked. You just have to put 1. You've scored into it now, but yeah, 3 helps us keep track of how many freighters have been
On
made.
each, I put it.
Nah, just the Foster trade routes, because that's the one about building freighters.
What is Imperial Frigates?
Frigates are different. Frigates are different. They are not freighters.
Ah, okay.
Frigates are warships. Freighters are.
Huh? What are the Imperial Frigates?
Yeah, I'm gonna change my tech real quick and just fix this. I'm gonna use the blue skip on ball just to get my faction tech instead.
Okay.
Aether stream instead of gravity drive.
Yeah, man, you cannot change it when he's popping warfare.
Okay, what is wrong here?
Because you changing your decision on, because tech was played and you wanted craft drive and build multiple things, and now you have not the warfare timing window.
Okay, fine. It's fine.
Iron. This is the Imperial Frigate. It's a special ship that it will be appearing shortly on the map. It's a mercenary unit that people can hire for 1 trade good.
Uh-huh.
But it's a neutral ship that doesn't get involved in fights unless it's there. It's there to protect civilian ships from combat that may happen in the system. They're the police.
They only transfer commodities and trade goods. And what do the freighters have for purpose?
Freighters will be collecting trade goods. Very quickly here, we were going to have trade goods appearing on the map on planets, and you can fly your freighters in and pick them up and return them to a system with one of your space docks, and you can collect the trade goods. So it's a 1 trade good investment when you're hoping that over the next couple of rounds you'll be able to move them around with your activations to steal trade goods from around the map and get them back to you. So it's an investment in the future.
Okay.
There's a lot going on. I admit it. I think
I'm just building them for the objective.
yeah. Well, and as soon as somebody gets to 6, then it's locked out. You know.
How many of the standard facilities can you build on a planet? Not the Imperial ones, but the regular ones.
It's same as 1 advanced facility per planet, 2 basic facilities per planet. Same as mirroring PDS and space docks.
And I can't put them on the DMZs.
Correct.
Okay.
Still only 1.
Can you not put 2 refineries or 2 colonies on the same planet?
Correct. Yeah. Still one of the same, but you could put a colony in a refinery. You could put a colony in a trade station. My turn.
You used warfare on your turn, didn't you?
I did. So I've got my fleet available here now. All right. Let's go ahead and eat this mother.
No, I'm saying, didn't you, like, on this is the turn that you used warfare, you still eat up.
No, I used warfare previously.
I don't think I've gone since you used warfare.
Yeah, we didn't move, so it's currently Bubble's turn.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing now. I didn't keep track of my command tokens very well, so it screwed me over.
Yeah, that happens.
Blue, I'm assuming you're still trying to go here eventually.
Yeah. Probably not this turn, but yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, when that happens is when I will be trading with you, unfortunately, because that's kind of how it's going right now.
Yeah.
Does the frigate or trade convoy or whatever have to move the token back to you to get the trade goods, or does it just carry in its capacity? Sorry, freighter.
Freighters, they move it once you get it moved into a system that is active with your space dock in it. You collect anything that you moved into that system at the end of movement. So it's
Okay,
you
so
move it
say
like
I have.
you move them. Think of them as infantry. How do you move infantry around?
So what I'm implying, as far as if I have a trade facility on, say, one of these planets, and I move a frigate there, do I
Right.
have to carry the trade goods back to my home system to get the
You
trade
have to
goods?
carry them to a space dock that you control, not necessarily your home
Okay, space
system.
dock. Okay.
If you have a forward dock, it gives you another reason for a forward dock.
Okay.
I can already tell you these guys are too slow.
Well, yeah, and I tried to make them move two to start with, so that they're faster than. And if you have them sitting like where you have a trade station next to where something that is producing them, whenever you activate the space dock there to produce stuff, the freighter sitting in that system can move next door, pick up the stuff, and move right back and drop it. You know, and it's just free trade goods.
Yeah, in theory. In practice.
We'll see how it practice it. Like I said. And as the game progresses, more and more facilities will be coming out. So
I can place an Imperial facility on that one. Ooh.
Hmm.
I might take the military academy. Right, it's one of these.
Yep.
Okay. What is upkeep for advisors?
It varies from based on the advisor.
Oh, are
This
these
guy
advisors?
takes return one of your non-unit upgrade non-faction technologies. Basically, he's giving you a tech to give you an advance, but it's going to cost you your starting tech.
All right, I will get this. Imperial Facility. So, can I get the card for the token for it? It's the Military Academy.
Yep. There you go.
Thank you. And that's going on Hope's End.
Boom.
And I guess I will, in my turn, and use Imperial Arms Vault.
What is this doing over there now? This military academy?
It gives him the ability to.
Here, I'll flip it over the cards right here. It explains.
Yeah, but this doesn't do anything.
It does two things. One, he doesn't have to pay for advisors. So he's really trying to he's paying and he's buying into the military advisor thing. And two, when he activates this system, he doesn't pay a tactics token. He pays the token from his reinforcements. So he can always activate Hope's End. Because he has people or command authority sitting there.
Okay. And this card is permanently there?
It is attached to Hope's End, basically. Yep.
Okay, it's attachment. Okay.
If you take over Hope's End, you get the military academy
Here's
as
this,
well.
by the way, Lou.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the end of my turn, I'll use use Primor.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, let's have the fun card. Council.
I'm gonna put a new Imperial facility out for people to view.
So I unlock one type. So I unlock military, or what it is, termination.
Yep.
That's unlocked. So
Mhm.
what's next? Draw 2 publics from any deck and return them to the top or the bottom of the objective deck.
So you
So I
can,
draw 2 from military,
right?
or extermination, right?
Mhm. Yep. And then you
Now,
can top deck or bottom deck them.
this card was so funny. Oh my god. Sure. I don't know. Okay, what's the last one?
Gain
What
2
was the
voting
last one?
dice. So that'd be where you just claim 2 voting dice from your dice bag.
Where's my dice pack?
Pull it out.
Never saw a dice pack here. I put everything out. I don't have a dice pack.
Weird. Okay, well, I'll give you one because there should have been one
I
in.
leave both on top. These are funny.
I'll make you a
Yeah,
dice bag. Just yeah, I'll get you one. Objects, saved objects, bags of dice. Boom. There you go. Have a dice bag.
So you're not keeping the commissar role, yellow?
no, you can only have one or what?
One.
Yeah. And so you could choose whether you want which role do you want. Do you want to take the Chamberlain role or the
This would go back to the public.
yeah, it goes back out there.
And what is this one doing? This I understand. What this I don't understand. What is a docket item?
Those are objectives. Once there are objectives out on the docket, people can start to put them out there and you can say no, not that one. When you kick one out, you can add one from any locked or unlocked objective. So like that
That's
docket,
bullshit right now.
yeah. But also because it's 2 parts, you were just looking at the deck, you can pick something that you know where something is to guarantee that it ends up out there.
It's okay. I keep the red weird one.
Yep. My turn.
Wait, and when can he flip this card? When he activates it. Yeah, okay. And he would take this from then just and lose his one.
And
Why
he
has
would
he
lose because the speaker is different. You can have the speaker and something
Oh,
else.
okay. Okay. So, what is this? When you pass, return all commodities from the treasury to you to fly.
That way he doesn't have to worry about drawing his own stuff out of the treasury anymore.
Okay.
I am going to eat this carrier to Mechatol Rex. So let's roll a Grav Rift. See if we survive.
Why you have grab drive?
Oh, that's true.
Wait,
Eh.
how are we getting?
I survived anyway.
If he wants to roll.
Wait, where do you get the?
I'm going to spend the 6 influence, land on Mechatol Rex, claim it. I get my 1 victory point.
Yeah, 4-player soul speaker, fun.
Whee!
Okay, I'm just completely confused. I don't see where you get these.
Those are on the secondary of the super leadership.
I don't see it on the secondary of the super leadership. It says gain 2 command tokens.
Oh, maybe it's
any leader to exhaust.
you know what? It's on the secondary of warfare. The super for warfare.
You move any number of Imperial ships. Supply. You make
Secondary.
space combat.
Spend 1 token from your action pool to gain the top advisor of the Academy deck. It's incorrectly worded there, but that's gaining a leader from the leader pile over there. A note there to fix the wording there.
Okay, so that's a secondary of guard, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay, so you can't use it, but other people can.
Right.
Is what I'm hearing. Does privilege allow you to use secondaries of the flip side of action cards, or no?
if that's what is out there.
So they have to be available to use. Okay.
Right. So they would have to have been selected by somebody with the role.
Sorry for the confusion.
And that may change depending on if we just figure out a way to break it. We may have to like, hey, it's just the base secondaries or something. For now, the way it's phrased right now, and that'll end my turn.
So if I wanted to, let me think about this. If I wanted to build a Imperial Frigate, would it build in my home system?
Build it wherever you build it on the space dock that you build it.
Okay. Blue, if I give you another owner token, would you be willing to wait till next round to get the frigates from me, or do you need them this round? We've already done warfare. We've already done that, unless you're building at home.
I'm planning to do that next round anyway, so no need.
So I don't have to become adjacent to you this round. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's fine.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll just go here. I will use my agent actually. This time, get another command token and explore this material token.
Mirage.
And
No.
enigmatic device. And then yellow, you owe me a trade good, and I owe you 3. Right, here we go. I can actually ask to wait. I'm wondering if you would be willing to. Are you going to be going for worsen next turn? Sorry, next round.
I don't know what I'm doing next round. All depends on objectives.
All right, then I'll wait on giving out my Dark Pact.
What does my Warzone have to do with Dark Deck?
Because I might be asking if we can work towards a deal to get your alliance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that is it for my turn, so I will pass.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was muted. Phil, can you explain to me how these two objectives work? When we place a token on them, and then if we have a token, we score it.
Yes. At the end, yes. This one is an action phase, so once 12 Imperial
Do I wanna
Frigates.
put that in?
Yeah, you
Don't put
score
that
it when
in.
done, and anybody who has a control marker on it will get the victory point. Anybody who doesn't does not. And then once it's scored, it's no longer scoreable.
Okay, and once it is, so if
Yeah.
say 12 don't go up,
Then it'll just keep sitting there until there's 12 on there, and then it will score when the 12th one goes on.
and our control marker stays.
Control marker stays.
Okay.
Once you buy into it, you're into it. It's just a question of how fast is somebody going to close it off before everybody can die into it.
Okay.
For this number of people, it's probably not a big deal.
Okay. So everyone, I'm using construction. So now is the time for that. And Phil, where's the monument? Because I think the primary level
Oh,
for my monument.
you know what? I may not have loaded it in. I'll load the model in here in just a second. Give me.
I know I want to figure out if I'm following construction or not, because that's why I was trying to figure out where my command tokens goes right now. It's been kind of a pain in my butt. Do I want to build at home or do I want to follow construction? That's the question.
Okay. Well, this is entirely too big.
There we go. Go ahead. You're fine. I'll build at home this time.
And Phil, is there an attachment for the refineries and such? Like that goes in the planet card, so I don't forget I have that when I use the planet.
You could just copy the token, I suppose, and drop it on the thing. Yeah, that's something that I haven't coded yet because that's something that I figured I was going to automate. But you could also put, because you have 2 refinery cards, you could put the refinery card with the planet card as well.
Yeah, I guess I can just do that. Alright, well, if anyone's doing construction, I just did that, so.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on my monument, wherever the fuck those are.
It's going to be interesting because we are going to get random objectives off the top. Sorry, agendas off the top.
What is this, for example? I don't get this one. Replace this with one valid non-space structure. So with PDS or what?
I believe it includes other facilities as well.
Yeah.
It's like a stall, and I can place later another thing.
Yes. It also has production 1 on it. So it gives you limited ability to produce units there.
So that's the best, what you're saying.
It's decent.
Yeah, because I always can exchange it with anything else.
Yeah.
And it's an action.
It's an action. All right. Monument. Yellow monument. Blue monument. And a purple monument.
Thank you. I'll put it on top of this thing.
Good. So I'm putting this one. How to attach this here?
Okay. That's the one you're building? Core
Mhm.
factory. Okay. You'll have a token over here that says core factory on it.
Oh, okay.
Core
I
factory.
guess we have to scale them down.
Probably.
Can this be destroyed when an enemy takes it?
It is removed when somebody takes the planet, yes.
Imperial facilities don't get destroyed though, right?
Imperial
so
do
takes
not.
one with an Imperial.
I don't
Okay,
build it.
they
So it's like permanent. I don't care about structures. Keep my token.
Okay.
That counts. Ah, no, I don't pass, sorry. I play frontline deployment.
My turn again, huh? I don't know, things to do. Think. Play guard. Yes.
Alright, Phil, so if I took guard from you now with the thing, would it be readied or exhausted?
It would come readied.
Okay, because I think I'm going to do that. I have the Imperial Facility, that the naval shipyards, it says exhaust this card to claim the admiral role. So,
Right. Yeah. So then you can do that on your turn.
yeah. So let's just get this over here now.
Yeah. And I could build up to my fleet capacity, so I could build 3 frigates at any Imperial facility. 1, 2, 3. And I pay for it out of the. A. 4. Everything that I claimed out of there that's your color, you get to claim back and put back in your supply. Or delete just because it's, it's in infinite bags. You don't really have to put it back. I just delete. The same as putting it back.
Okay. What did you do?
when I built the Imperial Frigates, they get paid for out of the Imperial Treasury.
And where you built them?
I am building them at any Imperial facility, and as of right now, there are 2 Imperial facilities that I can build. There and
Interface order is left, right? So it goes.
And what combat value do they have?
it's over stack of stuff. There you go. Boom.
And who controls this?
They are neutral. You have to pay a trade good to move them or use them. They do not count against.
When you attack a system with an Imperial Frigate?
If you activate a system and hire them, they will. You can pay to use them. Yes.
And who can? And who is it? The active player or the?
The active player gets first choice. When he activates a system, he can choose to hire mercenaries. If he declines, then the defensive player can choose to hire. Anybody else can hire.
And what was the action that you built them?
I did it with my pass action on my guard, my admiral role.
Okay.
And then he stole the admiral role because he wants to use it to also build Imperial frigates to gain a control marker on the to try and score that one.
And how many you can build with that?
Up to your fleet supply.
Okay.
Fleet supply is 4, and there's 13 trade goods in the Imperial Treasury. So, woo!
How can they get upgraded?
They do not.
But why is there arrow sign up for the combat?
Probably because I didn't take it off the
template.
So how do you put more trade goods into the Imperial Treasury?
You gotta wait for people to spend money.
So it's spending money that triggers that. Okay.
Yeah, when you spend money, when you spend trade goods, they are supposed to go into the treasury. You don't just delete them anymore. You gotta bank them.
Alright, Phil, are you done with your turn?
Yes.
I am building at home.
And how do this treasury get refilled?
When people spend trade goods, they are supposed to go to the Imperial Treasury, not to be discarded.
So somebody want to put these in there for me? I'm having a bit of trouble.
Yeah, got it.
And my turn.
Okay, well, on my turn, I'm gonna pass using the guard thing, and then I can build 4, so we're gonna take 16 out of here.
And how he got that token now?
He owns the facility that matches the role. He owns the military academy. Sorry, the naval shipyard. The naval shipyard is associated with the role, so he exhausted the naval shipyard, claimed the admiral.
Alright, and then I'm putting all of these in Hope Set. I don't want these near me.
Oh, okay. I guess I can have free frigates to use. Okay.
They're not free, they cost money.
Yes, they do, but they're one trade good to use.
Yep. And those trade goods do go to the treasury.
So where are these frigates?
There are these blue things here.
Yeah, should I clone these, or is there like a bag with them?
There is a bag over here. It's right next to the treasury.
Actually, I think I'll put 1 over here. But yeah, the rest of these 3 are going to Hope Set.
Wait, so I already have 2 here. What? So I just have a stack of 5 frigates on Hope's End?
Yep.
Thanks.
If anybody wants to attack Hope Head and kick you out, they plenty of stuff there to do it with.
They would just buy them.
Is it the active player gets to choose to buy them first and then the defender buy the rest, so to speak?
Yeah. Alright, well, that is my turn. I pass. So.
Are you going to use your, or you already used it in Neuro as part of passing? Okay. I believe I'm passing as well. I'll use economics and I'll remove any remaining things out of the treasury that are mine.
Yep. So you
There
just
are.
right-click it and search it, and then just pull
Actually,
your
before
purple
I do
ones.
that, what is the standard order for agenda phase? We go this way?
It's
Or is it the other
determined
way?
by the speaker token, and it's supposed to be clockwise. So right now it's I need to reverse the arrow on it. So because people's natural inclination is to put it like so they can read it, so it looks
So normally
reversed.
it's going to be starting with white right now. Is that correct? When we do voting, the agenda phase.
Well, it's the same thing as the speaker. It goes for the speaker votes last, so it's the player to the left of the speaker.
Yeah, but I don't think I should be able to do both of these passing things. That's why I'm asking.
No, when you do, you're changing the order. You can choose to reverse it if you want when you pass. That's so yeah. No, otherwise it stays whatever normal rotation is.
Yeah, well, that's why I was asking what is normal rotation.
Clockwise.
Is normal rotation going this way?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going that way. All right, so I will use economics and take out any remaining purple tokens out of the treasury. So there is one. And I'll pass my turn. There we go. I guess since we're the agenda phase, Blue, I can't refresh you, but I can give you the one trade good I owe you, and then owe you is refresh as soon as we get things
Right.
taken care of.
Sure.
So here's a trade good, and I'll take my hunter.
Scoring objectives. Nothing to score unless somebody's got a secret.
I did not put my token up there, but I built 4 of those, so. Right,
Yep.
but none of these are done, right?
None of these are done. We don't. Yeah, we haven't built enough. There aren't 12 Imperial frigates on the game board.
And there aren't 6 freighters yet.
Not 6 freight. Yeah. This
Okay, I'm claiming the
how many
this one. Wow. So I get a red tech.
Nice done.
how many frigates do we have out there now? 6? 7?
I have 1. Anybody else have frigates? There's 2. Oh, Imperial. Sorry, the gather the fleet. Excuse me, frigates, not
Yeah,
freighters.
frigates. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Freighters. No, yellow built 3.
I build 1 at the end.
Okay, just 1. Any other freighters for hauling goods?
I have 1. That's already in the thing, so it should be 1 more.
Okay. And okay, so 4 objectives. Now we get to build the docket. 1 unlocked objective per player. Speaker order.
Okay.
But it's reverse. Oh, sorry, it's not on here. It's actually, well, for us it's reverse speaker order because it's, except that I am last because I actually have a victory point. Because it's actually the lowest victory point, lowest score goes first. in reverse objective or initiative order. So I have one, so it's
Nobody
between the
has
3 of you. So in reverse initiative order. So that would be blue, purple, white. Or blue, purple, yellow. You get to pick one and put it out on the docket.
And we can't pick them exactly. We can only do exterminate and excel, right?
Correct.
We can't do exalt.
Exalt is special. That's
Excel is unique to the flip side of Imperial.
So the exalt or sorry, excel are more of these type ones.
correct. The quasi-cooperative mess. Exterminates or blow each other up stuff. Or so you can go with either the quasis or the exterminates.
Let's go with one of these. Oh, that's the whole deck.
Purple.
Should I flip this or wait?
We'll flip them all here in a moment. And
Hello.
yellow, you want to put an exterminate
Yeah,
on?
of course, you're fun.
I expect nothing less from Mr. Olo. Then I get to go, and I'm gonna throw an exterminate out there too.
Perfect.
And we're voting on this, right?
And now they're all flipped over. Revealed.
Yeah, fun.
Destroy a player's last mech. Destroy a player's last carrier.
Influence resources. Destroy a player's last carrier. Destroy a player's last mech. Pretty sure I'm putting my mech not on Hope's End because of all the frigates there.
I don't like carrier pigeon. Let's not do the carrier pigeon thing.
Okay, how is the voting working?
Okay. In order now we just go and vote in initiative order, starting with the speaker, going around. The corollary there is the regent can vote anytime they want to influence voting. But we don't have a regent, so that's not important.
Okay, so how do I vote?
You collect a number of dice equal to the number of leaders that you have.
So I have 2 because I have the diplomat and the agent, right? And then I have an additional dice because of the speaker. Is that incorrect, or is that correct?
Yeah, you get a voting die from the politics play.
Yeah.
So, yep.
So I have 3 total.
You have 3
and
total.
I just roll them.
Yep, and you're rolling against your hit die number on your politician diplomat, right? And everybody can just do it too, because it's.
So how many votes I have? So that's 1 die, so that's not a hit. Wait, is it rolling 3 or is it just rolling 2? Because I hit the 3 on the quick roller and it's only rolling 1. Okay, so that's 1 hit.
Why isn't it letting me clone the roller?
Okay, so I have 2 votes.
God damn it.
There you go. Grab one of them.
I'm just going to use this as a temporary for votes.
Yeah, that's fine. And like I said, this system may change. I kind of designed it so that it would
it's
work.
horrible. Voting with dice rolls is horrible. This I can tell you.
Oh, you just hate everything until you figure out how to exploit it. Although I know your game. Then it's amazing.
From yellow.
I got 1 hit.
3.
No. So how do you get 3? You have to hit 6 or higher.
Yeah, I rolled 3 times. Then 2 votes. I rolled 4 dices. I had 2 here. Yeah.
Okay, got 2 hits. That's
Okay.
fine. So then when we just cast them in order, and you can just click up the support, the things that you want to support in order.
So I'm just rolling 1 die. That's I missed, right?
Yeah, probably.
It's the
Diplomat. Yeah. The blue has no votes. Purple has.
Wait, that's influence? Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah. Yellow, you get to vote first. And then Olo votes.
No, I voted 2 on.
Okay, and then I vote. I got 1 hit. I'm gonna support that one. And then
What's happening now? Tie.
tie. Ties are broken by the speaker.
So I would probably choose the one I have.
All right.
So
One goes down.
I was here, right?
Have you played until 16 points with this? Or 14 points?
I probably won't go that long. And then it's the core. It's turn number 1. So anything that doesn't have at least 1 vote gets discarded.
All right. So do we have a discard pile? Is the question.
Yeah, we do. It's over here.
You want to just make it in the bag?
Nah, I'll just put it on the
Okay, so these stay because they have votes.
right. And the quorum right now is 1. So round 2, if it doesn't have at least 2 votes, it drops off.
All right.
We're still
And we
arguing about
return
these.
the politics and all that jazz.
Yep.
Unless somebody has
Summit.
I don't have it, so I'll summit. All right, now we go to the agenda phase.
First
And
agenda.
there's also an agenda. Oh my god.
What happens when Soul takes it round 1? We somebody topped
Too much
somebody.
diplomacy. You need to focus more on warfare in this game, not on diplomacy. It's already enough diplomacy in this game.
Yeah. All right. First agenda. Anybody? No.
Update votes, bud.
Yeah, you probably got to count
Ready
it.
planets.
Yeah.
Update votes.
Oh, we got to deal our action
You
card
didn't
too.
yeah, action card, or?
Not my fault. I didn't flip it.
Yeah.
There we go.
And get your get your 2 command counters too.
So we needed 2 hours for the first point.
Yeah. Well, guess what? We're play tested and we're all asking lots of questions. So I imagine that things will speed up as we get more used to it. And when I finally get Daryl to help me automate some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Okay, let's get this running. Speaker is purple. I don't give a shit.
8, 11, 15. All right, Minister of Culture. Like the player, this controls their mind. The commodity value is increased by 2.
Does
Oh.
anybody have their monument?
I do.
Blue.
Oh, well, we don't have to elect blue. I say we keep it away from blue.
I'm assuming this is going to white.
Unless somebody wants to buy it off and not, I mean, I'll take it. But yeah, really, ultimately, the question is who has a nasty monument we don't want to, or who has the monument that does the least good.
Probably, honestly, my monument is not very good.
Okay. Any afters? When snow?
I'm reading monuments. Give me a sec.
Mine gives me an infantry pipeline.
Yeah, I have.
His is
Mine lets me look at what promissaries you have in your hand if you're adjacent to them.
Okay. After when white, when blue. After white, after blue.
Actually,
no when's afters here.
I'll go to afters here.
When after.
I'll put a construction rider on white.
Oh, now it goes on white.
Okay.
And
Voting. Yellow.
Well, interesting that white has 4 commodities. I vote for myself. Okay.
I would have to go 10 to guarantee that I get it at this point.
I can offer you a commodity swap if you make it with me.
That's going to generate me an extra 2 commodities a turn this early in the game. Am I going to get more than 10? Am I going to get value out of
Issue
it?
is you need to trade them with others. I do need construction.
I'll do it. 10 votes on myself.
I offer you 4 for 3 blue when you put this on me. I don't care about the cards, I care about the commodities. You can get your commodities washed. So you get the 4 commodities and I get your 3 and we are good for trade.
So what's the deal you're offering here?
I'm offering that you cast this on me and we do a 4 for 3. So you give me your 3 and I give you my 4 because you need to get yours away, the colors.
He's offering to. He'll give you a trade good basically and a wash.
I don't even care about this effect because I'm not building my monument.
He just wants to keep it away from me.
Yeah, that's one part, and the second part is I want to get commodities and change them with blue.
So we're swapping commodities here. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the 4 what I get, and I get your 3.
Okay. So you need how many votes?
6.
Okay, I can do 6 votes.
All right.
Are we gonna do this now, or are we?
Yeah,
Yeah,
immediately when this
immediately.
resolves, I get commodities and we swap it.
Go ahead and swap your commodities, and we know that you're getting the Minister of Culture, so I'll just go ahead and mark it.
Yes.
Copy for reference for you.
Not the right thing to pick up.
There's my plasma screen. Now I don't need it anymore. I got Salt's plasma screen.
All right. There we go. And the second agenda then. Anybody got any cards to play? Nope. Okay.
Hey. Okay. When's afters?
No one's afters here.
3, 2, 1. Voting.
I'm reading the card.
Yeah.
You get attack.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody wants to vote. 3, 2, 1. It was for free, so too late.
And I'll throw my 7 on myself for that one.
Well, purple and white. It looks like I'm the deciding vote. Anyone want to buy my votes?
I got 4 trade goods here for you. Way.
That sounds good to me.
Tell you what, let me just give me 1 trade good back to wash one, because 4 is 4. That's to be the same as if I just researched it manually. So.
Sure.
How do we have so little trade goods in Imperial Treasury when I put in like 7 of yellows and 1 white?
Buying Imperial Frigates gets expensive, which is something I got to look at balancing out again. I may have to reduce the value on that to 3 or something.
Yeah, 4 did seem a little high.
Yeah.
Okay, done. Saul gets attacked. Or purple, any card.
I just voted myself, I guess, and just leave it as that. So
Okay.
white gets
Big
attacked.
attack.
Now white gets back. I'll take.
Oh, we've got the wrong marker on here. This should be the Moat marker.
Oh, we didn't
Chancellor orders.
take your tokens, by the way.
Take dark energy tap. Okay.
Competing enemy to Imperium. Call, pick, speaker.
All right, we're doing speaker picks.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I'm taking warfare.
Okay.
Pick.
I take Imperial.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Taking leadership.
Let's look at the 12 points. 14 points going fast.
Yeah.
I don't want to take trade because there's so little in the thing now because of the frigates.
Yeah.
But if I take trade, I can build frigates. So it's like, what do I want to do? Oh, would I be taking the flip side? I would be taking economics then.
Yep.
Remove all trade goods from the Imperial Treasury and return them to your reinforcements.
Then you
Mine,
refresh your.
Mine. But I have none, and there's 4 left, so I'd be putting 4 of mine in and taking 4 out, and that's like
Yeah.
50-50 chance.
Well, no. You remove all yours from the treasury, return them. Then you refresh yourself, and then you place your commodities in the treasury for that matrix. So you're gonna put them in, and yeah, for you right now, with the being as small as it is, but it gives you a chance that your commodities, your refresh on your commodities, will actually be trade goods.
Yeah, but I'd rather just have a refresh on my commodities and not do that. So, because I can trade with other people.
Yeah, either way, it just
So,
this
I
would
think
save
I'm
you from
taking
having to do the
construction.
trade. You know, you may only have to trade 2 or 3 instead of having to trade 4 or 5. Because you may get other people's. Construction is a fine choice.
Oh, I got the construction rider from earlier. I'm just going to put a spaced up on upsend real quick.
It's gonna get nasty.
Wait, I don't think you actually got that construction rider. Who did you? You said white was gonna get that, and white didn't get that.
Wait, didn't get it? Okay, never mind then.
Moat got that.
Muak got it. Okay, good. I didn't make a mistake then. Good.
So how does this work with this spend 20? So when you spend 4, you put a token there, or you need to spend 4 reasons to put
You
a
need to
token there?
spend at least 4 to put a token there.
So when I attack with 4, I can put a token there?
No, when you spend 4 on the objective. During
In the
the
status phase.
during the status phase, you could spend 4
Okay,
on it to get a token on it.
understand. Weird. I think it's trade. So when there's nothing left, what's happening?
What do you mean when there's no?
Whatever. I don't know. I picked trade. Where's the treasury token? You're right, this one. Okay.
I'm gonna take.
Does Aether Stream work with Imperial Frigates?
You're moving it like
think
it's your
so.
ship. When you move it, you hire them.
Interesting.
Yeah, blow up my war zone. Okay, last pick. Blue.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading council for the first time.
Oops, it was
Oh
a mistake.
Jesus! Who?
What the fuck?
I wanted to set the turns. I click flip.
Oh, rewind. I'm sure it'll bounce right back.
Okay. That
Okay,
was
options,
terrifying.
turns,
There's nothing changed about
custom.
diplomacy, right? Diplomacy's just same old, same old.
Pretty much, yeah. Nothing really weird change with it.
What is this chancer?
I'll turn table flip off.
Oh, did somebody return command counter tokens or any of this stuff over here?
Probably not. They're probably all still sitting out on the board.
Okay, so can we keep in mind what strategy cards we have, and then? Okay, so everybody remember your strategy cards. I don't think this triggers it, so I can just return CCs with this, right? So if I just double click it, there we go.
It just may not catch everything.
Don't use the CCs that were placed in front of you for some reason. I have extra for some reason.
That's a question, Phil. How shall this objective work when everybody spends 4 and we required to spend 20?
So you spend 4. Somebody can invest more than 4, and you can invest 4 more than once.
Okay.
So it really should probably say for every 4, but you know, it's yeah. Somebody's got to spend 4 on it at least 5 times.
And you get 5 points for that then?
No, you get 1 point, but you block everybody else out of doing it.
Okay.
What is diplomatic immunity?
Diplomatic immunity is an influence penalty that somebody pays when they destroy that unit. Assuming they have the influence to do it. But it's unlike the custodian's token where you have to have it to blow it up. This is just an extra penalty that happens afterwards. Custodian's token, you have to have the influence to spend on it to flip it. This is a penalty that you pay after you blow them up.
Alright, did we set the turn order now?
Turns. Who's got leadership?
Blue.
Blue. And
Blue.
Diplo is blue as well.
White, purple, yellow.
Okay.
And how do we get mercenaries? They're kind of just sitting over here.
When you activate a system, you can pay 1 trade good for each mercenary unit you want to. Are you talking about the mercenary leaders? Those are off the warfare secondary. Or super secondary.
Oh, so when it gets to that side. Okay.
Yeah. I may move that to the just warfare primary. Just to also have an option to get them out there. Because the warfare primary is kind of
I feel like getting the leader should be the primary on a card. It shouldn't be the secondary. Putting the secondary seems a bit.
putting it on the super
Okay,
version
let's play.
seems a little
Otherwise we never finish. Blue.
Yeah, I'm waiting for.
I don't think it's set up to my turn. It's not currently my turn, is what I'm saying.
Oh, here, hold on. I got it. Boom.
There we go. Okay, well, first order of business, we are taking this system.
Done the only right thing. Go for Mechatol.
Oubliette. Oubliette is a modified reusable sabotage. You cancel a card, it goes under the oubliette, and whatever card is under the oubliette, you give to the person that you just took a card from. You basically you put the card in prison for a while.
And then you give it back at what, the end of the round?
Yeah, and then it gets released. No, when the next card is brought in, you only have room for one prisoner at a time.
Okay. So I need that token or structure thing on that planet. That was on Crag, and then we're doing Sig.
Alright, and we now have
Here's the oubliette.
Murder a man for a token. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, where'd the oubliette go?
I was on Crag. Let's put these over here. Get my token that I murdered my man for. End of my turn. I want to use Primor. Putting them on Semlor.
That change in there.
Yeah, definitely want Semlor.
Gotta get that change on.
I feel like putting Imperial Frigates at somebody's home system seems a bit absurd.
Yeah, but at the same time, somebody wants to build them there.
Yep.
I'm gonna play Imperial right away. Score one public objective if you've made its requirements. There's nothing here to score. Gain a victory point. And
you could can you spend 4? I'm just asking, and you don't need to, but could you spend 4 to understand the ruling?
yeah, I could spend 4 if I wanted.
Okay.
I'll wait. So, and spend it to yeah. And I am on Mechatol Rex, so I become the regent.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I feel like these changes are better for 6-player than they are for 4.
Probably. Well, but how much is better is TI4 for 6-player than 4-player generally too. Okay.
What's the wording on freighters? Is the wording they become your ship when you spend the 1 trade good?
For freighters? What do you mean?
The Imperial Frigates, sorry.
Imperial Frigates? No, they do not become your ship. You simply can use them as though they were your ship. Think like allied ships in the Codex 2.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Follow if you want. Next.
They'll move in with you. You'll roll attack dice for them. They absorb hits.
So, Yellow, I was going to offer you Dark Pact in exchange for you popping trade next turn. And just giving me if we're washing each other.
Yeah, no, I can't. We can do trade later. I can't. I only have other priorities.
Okay. Well,
Oh lord, he coming for me.
no, I want those 4 resources because, hey, objectives. Cool. Is it not registering it on the card?
Tech,
Oh, there it is. It's just stacked. And I'll Imperial Arms Vault. That's I passed my turn, so.
tech,
Am I hearing tech?
tech.
Okay. Second. Alright, I'll be flying tech. Getting me some Aether Stream. Lou, do you want Dark Pact or Blood Pact at all?
I mean, I'm not gonna say no to Blood Pact, but I don't think it's gonna be worth either our time for you to give me Dark. Whichever one gives me
Yes.
so.
Oh, well, Blood Pact is the one that doesn't give you trade goods. It's
That
Dark Pact gives you trade goods.
Yeah, because I don't think that one's kind of gonna be worth either of our time to give to each other.
Like, nobody wants Blood Pact, like, ever.
Yeah. Alright, I am activating my home system and I'm gonna build.
If I gave you my trade agreement, would you give me 3 trade goods? I wonder. Or are you using that to build now?
Let me figure out what I'm building first, and then I'll get to you on that. Well, I know I want to build at least one freighter for that objective. So, oh, that's not right. And then
I will say, Phil, that the fact that the quasi you have to pay for the freighters kind of cost more already, so making them cost 2, I think, is actually reasonable for building them. Just so
Yeah.
you have more money in the Imperial Vault.
I'm
Imperial
gonna
Treasury.
I'm gonna decrease the cost of frigates. I think I'm pretty sure they're just gonna drop to 3.
So what happens when I play trade now?
Draw 3 trade goods randomly from the Imperial Treasury. Then you replenish your commodity, and it's trade like normal from there on out.
I'm just building, so
Okay.
whoever wants to go.
Remember, if you spend trade goods, they got to go to the treasury, and I'm worried that we may have forgotten and deleted some or somewhere along the way.
Yeah, I'm actually not spending any of these trade goods.
I am going to play politics. I'm going to give the speaker token to what?
Thank you.
I cannot take it myself as the regent. My 2 action cards. Oh, One bottom deck, one top deck. Whee.
I think there's too many frigates requirement for this specific objective if they cost so much.
Yeah, I agree. That's something that will be altered. And I may
Who's gonna
get
take
into
trade?
I may get into doing like an X cost on there where it's like 2 per player or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And I built one of these.
So when you place 2 trade goods on a facility that you build, like say trade station, um, it comes from the Treasury, right?
Yes. Yeah, we've got a serious economy issue with the way it's set up as is. What we'll do is every time if it zeroes out, what we'll do is we'll just have everybody place their commodity value into the treasury.
Okay.
We'll just reset it. And we'll do that as an upkeep item. Okay, so if somebody bottoms it out, it's bottomed out for the turn, but
Yeah.
then in the status phase, everybody will, if it ends with nothing in it, we'll pay taxes. And maybe you just need to put your commodity value into the treasury every turn anyway, as taxes, you know?
Should we do that now or we'll do that later?
We'll just let it bottom out and deal with it. Sometimes if it's broken, you need to see how broken it is before you just arbitrarily break it another way.
All right, Phil, are you done with your turn?
I am. Oh,
How you have fucking 8 tokens? 11 tokens. Huh?
Talk,
With-
soul.
Without leadership being played.
I had the 3, and then I had 3 more, and I used warfare, and I didn't follow anything on the secondaries last turn.
I delete that. That's too many tokens.
I agree. Anyway,
I think you took 2 times your input. Yeah, that happened here.
Get 3. I'll do the math.
Sure.
Didn't you do the secondary of technology?
You moved here. You moved here. You moved here. You
Yeah,
followed
I
Diplo,
think I got doubled up somewhere along the way.
You followed tech because of graph drive. You followed everything last round.
Yeah, I
Also,
probably.
you never got your.
Followed nothing.
So we did that agenda. You were supposed to get 1 tech that has no. Well, and then you spend a fleet token for every prereq. I don't think you took your tech.
I didn't get that. I thought Muat
Second one?
grabbed the secondary. No, I got that one. Yeah, I did get
Okay,
that one.
let's play. Come on, guys.
Okay.
We cannot
Boom.
doing
No
every...
prereq on it. I don't have to pay anything. Okay.
So Empyrean, you're doing construction.
yeah, I'm doing construction.
I don't follow.
Space dock here. I will build a trade station. And I think I might build 2 trade stations actually. Do I want 2 trade stations or do I want a PDS somewhere? The question I have is the frigate has to go to a space dock, right? For it to work.
The Imperial
So if
Frigate?
I put, yeah,
Yeah,
So-
you build it at a space dock if you're building them manually.
So if I put 2 trade stations here, I'll get have 4 trade goods on this station. And if I build here, the frigate can go here, and I get the 4 trade goods. Right?
Your trade stations would produce on one of your planets, and you could grab them. Yeah, you could put them on one planet. Yeah, you could put them right there on
I have a
Bakal.
frigate here.
Yep.
If I put 2 trade stations here, they pick up the 4, so to speak, and then go to the Hope's End.
Yep,
I
and
get
drop
the
it
trade
off.
goods.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna put those there, and then I can build an Imperial thing for the Imperial Facility.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll pick the assembly hall, and I can't put it on the DMZ, I'm assuming. So
Wait,
doesn't
no.
work.
Well, you're building the Imperial. The Imperial build is off of your pass on construction.
Oh, it's off the pass. Okay.
Yeah,
Just-
that's
You may place your monument on planet of your appropriate type. Oh, so I can place my monument now.
right.
That's what it is. It can be on anything for my monument, or is it? This unit is placed in a space area, but the system does not contain planet instead of.
You got to put it in an
Okay,
empty
I mean,
space system with no planets.
I might as well have it out, and there's only one empty space system that I control. So there you go.
Yep.
All right. I need the trade station icons while we pass, and I'll put some free goods there. I basically take everything out of the
Trade
Imperial
stations
Treasury
are
at that
tokens
point.
right here.
Imperium, I'm doing the secondary using my agent, so I'm grabbing this token for you.
You're grabbing what?
I'm spending his token from this system to put a PDS in my home system.
Okay, that's great. So there's the
So-
trade station. Where's the other one?
Take your 4 commodities there.
Yeah, I'm trying to put the tags on. If somebody wants to grab the commodities for me, I'd appreciate it. And then we all put 4 in, or our commodity value in, right?
That'll be in the upkeep.
So, what I'm doing now with trade?
Yeah, we would just refill it. Yeah, everybody. Anytime it hits 0, just refill it.
Okay. Put 4 in everybody.
Yeah.
I think
Whatever your
what I'm gonna do
commodity
is just
value is.
have a pile of 4s just set out, so I can do that every time. Just copy and paste. Oh,
1 blue is missing.
is it not going in? Oh, white's searching, so I can't do it yet.
I thought I put mine in.
Okay,
Oh,
can we
do
not
it.
search the bag when I'm changing the commodities?
Sorry.
Gosh.
Still 1 missing.
I got 3
Is all white in
blue,
there?
4 white, 4
1, 2, 3,
yellow.
4 purple.
Yeah, we've got 3 blue, which is my commodity value, so that's right.
Yeah, it's half.
It's
Remember,
15.
it was 30.
It's supposed to be 15.
Half. Yeah, it's double that for the first round, so 15, and it was 30 to start with. That's right.
Okay. Trade. 1.
Sorry.
What is this? That's 3 trade. 2. 3. So that's my owner. I get only 3 now?
Yep.
Oh, fuck this game.
Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't pick trade again.
It still got it
I,
out
li-
of.
I like that. I like the color stuff that everybody has his own, but this bag
Yeah.
is bullshit. Get rid
Yeah,
of the
that's
bag.
fun. Yeah.
I'll tweak.
4 for 3 Imperium.
I would be inclined. I mean, honestly, could I give you dark pack for
No,
just
I need
trade
to play
wash?
right now, and I offer 4 for 3.
Okay. So here's one, and I need 3 of your trade goods. So here's the other 3 for the purple thing. So I'll just copy. Hold on, I need to copy this. There, go ahead. I'll take 3 yellow. There we go.
Okay, for Phil for designing this shit bag, you get a 4 for 2 if you want.
4 for 2. We're neighbors.
need
Yeah, we're
the-
neighbors.
Minister.
We're
for
not
me.
neighbors.
So this goes back.
We are not neighbors yet.
Yes, correct.
I'll mm. I'll spend my own commodity to refresh myself.
Perfect. Perfect. Blue, I give you a 3 for -1 if you don't wash with Sol and you wash with me when we are neighbors.
So I'm giving you 3, and you're giving me
2.
what?
I'm standard -1.
Okay, sure.
When we are neighbors, I give you the 2 and you give me the 3, and you don't trade with Sol.
Yeah, this is his grumpy round because he doesn't like the bag. There's just a couple of little cakes to iron out.
This shit. You with your like voting with a dice roll.
Yep.
Randomly take commodities.
Maybe it could just be the number of planets you control for
This is not a
objective
fucking
modes.
Euro game, man. Where you roll for movement or shit like that.
Nah, that I won't ever do. No rolling for movement.
You will do this at some point.
No, I'm saying I have no interest in pursuing that one.
Alright. Empyrean, I think I'm gonna be bonking that flagship.
Are you sure?
I'm only gonna send enough that you need to retreat. I just want your token.
Yeah, but is it win a combat or?
No, I'm mahawked. I kind of need to fight, win a combat.
Yeah,
against
I know. It could win a combat. I always mixes up with Necro.
Yeah, I'm not trying to kill it. I'm just
And do you
trying
mind
to make it
waiting
run
a
away.
turn? Because I can move off of it and I can give you a Dark Pact.
But then I can't fight it and take a token.
He wants the token, is what he wants.
Yeah, I hear it. I'm just putting it out there. You want to make me retreat? We're not going to be really good friends right now.
I'm not killing the ship.
Yeah, but I need the ship to take a planet, so
Okay, I'll tell you what. You leave 1 infantry behind.
I'm
and
fine
I'll
leaving
kill-
infantry as long as you don't take Astaroth.
Alright, you leave an infantry on one of the other planets.
Like
and I'll-
Abaddon.
Alright, I'm just gonna use leadership now then.
You want Dark Pact at all still, as a stall action, or you want Blood
Sure.
Pact as a stall action?
Yeah,
I'll give you Blood
do-
Pact as a stall because Dark
yeah,
Pact is
I
worse
won't
stuff.
use leadership because he's giving the stall fill. So just
There you go. Actually, if I give you Dark Pact, do you want to just we'll do the
I made a deal with Muat to trade with him, so I'm gonna have to wait on that.
yeah, but I can trade to Muat to the neighbors with him.
If he's okay with that, Olo, if you're okay with that.
I want
Yeah,
mine
I'm
getting rid, and I want somebody's two in exchange.
yeah, so I can get it to him easily.
I don't care
So-
how this happens. If you make some transactions, whatever.
Yeah, so here's Dark Pact instead.
Somebody takes mine,
You
and I
play
get
that
2
as
of
an
the other
action.
one. That's my condition.
So I get how much from how much did you X-1 from Blue, or how much did you?
Yeah, it was at standard X-1. So
Yeah.
Okay, so I take 1 additional one from you. So you're just gonna give me this.
and you're giving me 2.
Yeah, I mean I'm giving you 2.
And then we both get 1.
Actually, I'm giving you 1 because you get the Dark Pact thing. Actually, no, because it's X-1, so it's
yeah. So we both get the 1.
Yeah. So we both get the 1.
No.
Yeah, here's the yellow. It's right here.
No, I should be getting another one of these. It says
Yeah,
One
but
comes from
we're-
the bag. One comes
Yeah,
from the bag.
1 comes from the bag is what I'm implying. So
I know,
you would
but then
grab a
why
purple
would I,
here.
Why would I give you the 3 then? Because we're both getting the extra. I'm saying standard X-1 and blood pack's just on top of that.
Oh yeah, there we go. So take the purple, and I guess just for sanctity's sake, Phil, I take one out of Blue's commodity bag instead of from the Imperial Treasury when I do my Dark Pact, or do I do it from the Imperial Treasury?
It's normally whenever it says gain a trade good, that is from the treasury.
Okay, so I'll do it first from the Treasury.
For simplicity,
Sounds
that's
like
the
a
way
higher
it is right
chance.
now. Yeah.
So
Ah, well, hey, you get all 12.
I get my own commodity. Great.
Now Olo likes the
That's
bag.
going straight to yellow. Here's the commodity.
I hear him laughing over there.
Yeah, I get 2. I get yours and blues.
I already gave you mine.
No, I get 1 from blue. I don't care how you guys do this. I said I
Yeah,
get 2, 1.
Here's the one
No,
from blue.
Yeah, then you don't get mine. That's okay. But I said I wash mine. I want
Oh, you
mine
want to
washed
wash?
first,
Okay, so here's the blue token,
and you give me the
and then
purple.
here's the, and you get the purple. Okay, yeah,
That's the deal.
yeah, you're getting more trade goods out of that, by the way.
All right, Phil, it's your turn now. After all that, whatever that was.
Yeah, right. Um, activate here. Move into carrier with the fighters. And I'm gonna explore the frontier token. Look, I found another gamma wormhole. How exciting.
Why do they always end up right next to each other?
Because it's funny that way.
Like, I swear, every time.
And that ends my.
Trying to figure out how I'm doing this. Are you popping leadership next turn, Blue?
I was planning to take the planet after you left.
Yeah, and I kind of need to move, so that's why I'm trying to. Because I kind of need leadership. I'd have to use warfare after that, so yeah, that makes sense. Why are you taking that?
Not this one. Where is this one? Is
Mahawk
it?
things. I need a token.
Yeah, sorry, I got this off of that and put trade back.
Yeah.
So where am I going is the question. Um, yeah, I might as well move here. And I'll leave one there. So here's the one you can take, I guess.
Okay.
And did I get all of those? Yeah, I did get all of those. Not stacked anywhere. Yeah, okay, good. I can purge this if I don't need it. And then I draw here. What the? Okay, that is weird. I'm drawing cards and they're going somewhere else. And I explore here. Cool. That's nice. Alright. And my turn.
Building.
Where the heck is that food? Does anybody see Baffood on the board? I don't. Oh, there it is. Somebody put it upside down. That's me. I'll mute myself while I'm talking to myself. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
Yeah, more shit in the bag. Was unlocking my die and 4 fighters.
Alright, I'm just gonna use leadership on my turn. So, everyone buy your tokens.
I'm buying 3. like manage to box select and lock everything down or something?
Yeah, I just kept missing it somehow. Like I was picking up 3 coins, and they were all next to each other, and I kept missing a different one each time. I'm not sure how I was managing that.
Sometimes this table I've noticed gets a little wonky if you're zoomed way out and trying to do stuff like zoom in on stuff. Then it. Um. And then one secret objective. I like that. I drew a ammo too. Oh.
Um, I think I'm just gonna move here. And use my agent. Draw 2 action cards. And I guess I pass my turn after that.
I get it done. These 2 what I used last round, they are discarded. Phil,
Which two?
from the last round, they are gone?
Yes.
Or do it?
Yeah, they're just.
Yes, I only have.
There's a tech that lets you save them from round to round. Instead of voting, you can save them for an important one. That would be a
Cool.
card that it doesn't like. I'll have to manually
Wait,
discard.
can I ask you to play Diplo?
I depends on how much you're willing to pay.
A trade good?
I don't think that's enough for me.
Then I'm coming with my warzons in your direction.
Huh?
Other side of the board.
And with Assault Cannon and the warzon, sorry. I need to
Olo likes the
make
exterminate
my
objectives.
threats more threatening.
You know,
I want
Olo.
to hit the leader, and I would like to hit the leader by getting more than my 3 planets what I have right now.
What? You want me to use diplomacy right now?
Yes.
Okay.
You get a coin.
If I follow the plan I want to follow, I think I'm getting 7 resources back off diplomacy. And if I do it now, I'd be getting 5 plus your 1 coin. So that math doesn't work out.
And peace with Muad.
How are you getting to me? Explain.
I have 3 movement speed.
You
I
already
don't
got
need to
your
get this
Warstone
round
upgrade?
with you. I don't need to get this round to you. I have Assault Cannon and 3 movement speed and Uranium, and I'm getting.
Damn, you got an assault cannon?
And I'm getting Destroyer 2 this round also. Because I unlock my next secret. If you want war, go for it.
What the hell?
You see my fucking slice? You see my start? I'm still sitting on my 3 planets.
Yeah.
Fair enough, actually.
Yeah. Says the one who's keeps expanding. Like
Expanding, that's my least favorite thing to do. Yeah, okay, I'll take 1 coin. Give me
and forever peace. There you go.
I knew Olo would appreciate the fact that he could push exterminate objectives and play the game that I know he really deep down wants to play.
First I do extermination.
Where coin?
Here's a token what you have. We are not neighbors.
All the extra garbage in this expansion that he doesn't care for, he'll put up with it for the fact that he can push exterminate objectives and watch fireworks blow up.
Look, I got out of a bag where I just put in 12 of other players' tokens. I got a yellow token out, yeah?
Remember to shake it and hit R on the bag when you go to grab stuff to make sure that it randomizes.
Makes totally sense, even if I put 12 purple tokens in.
Alright, well, diplomacy's used, so.
I'm gonna build at home. Four, 6, 8 points. Carrier is 3. And Dreadnought. And fighters.
Thank you, Phil. You have no idea how tempting it was for me to just send my ships there for no good reason.
Yeah, I saw you eyeballing, and I'm like, yeah, it's time.
I don't want to do it, so thanks. But if you left it open long enough, I was gonna cave.
I know.
Hmm. So if I pick up these trades goods and I move here as part of my tactical action, can I do fetching with those trade goods?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
you collect them at the end of movement.
Okay, so
So
I'll move here and do my section.
You're fucking lucky. All colors beside your own.
Well, yeah, because that's what was left in the bag. That's why I made 2 trade facilities.
You don't need to. You don't need to activate this. I thought it's from your reinforcements, huh?
What?
yeah,
This is from your reinforcements.
Hope Send. The military academy. When you
Yeah, I forgot
activate it,
about
you
the
activate it from
military
your
academy.
reinforcement.
Oh, that's so nice. So I did it, and I completely forgot about it. I'll move with my freighter there and move and build.
Carry and the mech with Umbot.
Alright, Imperial.
Okay, so I have 9 total.
It is time. So gravity drive carrier 2 with 3 infantry from Primor, and I'm bringing a dude from here when I pass through. So the way I see this, Empyrean, I'm taking this one because that was the deal. And
Yep, and you're taking the other one, I'm assuming, or are you just taking the one?
I'm gonna take this one too because we've got 4 equidistance. I figure splitting them 2-2 is fair.
Yeah, that's kind of my same assumption. I just wanted to keep this because I had the resources on it, and I thought that was fair because you're getting 2 planets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
So let's do our fight.
yeah, somebody want to pull out the roller? Or I'll just roll for 1 infantry down here. In the meantime, I'm still building and I'm trying to do this. That's just you went ahead and did combat, so I'm just like, eh.
It's fine, and I gotta hit this round, so he dies. I'll take 1 token from here. Nope, that didn't grab. There we go. And I need those 2 planets. 2 culturals. There we go. Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, you as well.
And maybe right here.
They pass.
I do believe I get Dark Pact back, though.
Yeah, you do. I activated one of your systems, so.
You want Blood Pact back instead?
Sure.
I'm gonna orbital
There you go.
drop 2 infantry on Mechatol Rex.
Yeah, that's the voting one. Maybe we can put what is it, embassies next to one another and gain influence on these planets.
Mm-hmm.
I can only have 2 facilities. I guess I can throw it down on Avera once I take that eventually. And yeah, I guess we can do that, get some extra influence, but I'd rather, man, I'd rather use Avera for the. Oh, you're talking about in the triple system. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely smart. But I would figure you'd want to use. Oh, it's from adjacent systems too. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to talk to somebody while that was going on.
Okay,
But,
no,
you were
is it
talking about embassy.
fine?
Yeah.
Done?
Yep.
I think it's Phil's turn.
Yeah, I just orbital dropped 2 infantry on Mechatol
It's
Rex.
my turn.
Oh.
Does Trade Station just not refresh at all on its
It's supposed to. We forgot it
when
on
I
the
pick up
upkeep.
trade goods, does it get removed or what's
No.
going on with it? Does it get more trade goods on the
We
facility
missed a
around?
step in the upkeep phase. There's an economics step where every space dock and every trade station is supposed to get a draw, but we were so low and we missed it, and I just like we'll just do it next time.
Okay. I need to finish my build. I'm basically building everything except for one fighter here. I think. Or do I want the fighter? I want the fighter instead of the. So I'll do instead of one infantry, I'll do the fighter. But I want to just not spend the trade good. I can not spend the trade good. There we go. So I'll keep a trade good. And I'll build these at the obvious facility. So this goes all the way over here. There's a lot of ships in that system.
Oh yeah, I can imagine it's gonna go pop, pop, pop very soon.
Dot Hero, I think, can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nova Sea.
And this.
Okay, can you pass?
And this build.
I'm not passing. I'm trying to. I was trying to do things quickly, but I had warfare happening. Things.
Why you put them there? We go here.
So that's 3 yellow, 1 white, 1 blue.
Let's get rid of this bag.
Oh look,
Oh, it's all in the bag. It's fine.
it didn't.
Imperial.
Yeah, it doesn't know how to handle those, so it just like boop.
Yeah. That gets split, and then I am taking a system with a movement. So I guess I will take here. Wait, did it get the... Okay, so that's missing that. I need to grab that real quick.
Oh, Phil, what are these cards, by the way?
Okay.
The Chancellor thing?
On the power side of the Chancellor card, at the intrigue side, you can attach your Chancellor orders to strategy cards. They modify the strategy card.
Order.
And it,
Imperial Facility again. I'm getting really lucky with those Imperial Facilities this game. Alright. I'll pass turn after I get the Imperial Facility built.
Hey, finally. You don't.
And I'm also neighbors with white with that action, so my agent unlocks. Sorry, my commander unlocks.
Yeah, can I get a clone of that real quick?
Go ahead and grab it if you want. I'm having a bit of trouble getting everything organized because, sorry.
Yeah, combat. No cards.
I'm getting an assembly hall. Which one is the assembly hall?
No any cards.
what are we doing? I was taking a note.
Make it all. You don't put that 20 dudes now.
Nope.
Where's the... What?
Nope. I'm not playing any cards.
Oh, that's well.
There's no assembly hall card here. I'll ask after you guys are done with combat.
Where did you see assembly hall?
Sorry?
Where you see an assembly hall?
I got it off of the. I got it off of an Explorer. It's right here. I took it off the deck. Sorry, not the deck, but of the 2 cards available.
Okay.
So I need the token for it.
No, the assembly hall is over here. It's
No,
Okay,
say
reroll.
assembly hall.
it's this one here that says embassy on it. It's renamed wrong.
Okay, well, I'll get it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I am not playing any cards. I don't
Reroll.
think.
Monument. That's what I want.
This is bullshit. Why are you building your million of structures?
It's not my fault that I keep getting good explorers.
All right. Well, you're just gonna have to go charge it in there and blow them up then, Olo, if you're worried about it.
Seems like I'm not. I don't really think I'm the problem child here.
Reroll.
Right ahead.
I have not played anything. You can blow me up. You're gonna blow me up. I'm gonna declare a retreat. Can I
I
retreat?
already rolled. You roll. You need to roll a die.
Space
You're
combat.
dead.
No hits.
Good. I'm
Whee.
bombarding. Any cards?
No cards.
Okay. 2 hits, and I didn't count plasma. I just roll Dreadnought. There we go. Oh man.
One more hit.
Those are 3 hits. Okay, invasion.
One hit.
Am I lagging out or something?
Could be.
Did you get a hit?
I did.
Don't take my dudes. I have 3 dudes. These are my 3 dudes.
And looks like I'm dead.
I don't know. Did you get a hit? If so, I just staying.
Yeah, you're fine. That's it. Here's Mechatol Rex for ya.
Yes.
Boop.
Oh, another planet.
Woo.
Imperial Facility. Nice thing. So just let me know if there's anything that interacts with me that I need to know about.
An orbital drop 2 infantry here. And I'm done.
I guess to nobody's surprise, I'm popping Warfare.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you used that already and I had missed it, but yes, I definitely want to do the secondary of that.
So the question is, can you take the Admiral every turn? So basically, if I take Admiral now, you'll just take it on your next action.
He can only take it once.
Oh, so the card, this is exhausted permanently?
Well, it's once per turn, yeah. But I mean, yeah, he could take it back, and there may be a balance issue there. I gotta work out.
Yeah, because it basically means he permanently can have the card that he
Yeah.
has it with. So, like, for example, I can't, if I take Admiral, I don't
I
get to use it on my
Well,
pass.
probably what I will do is I will add an influence cost to that. Exhausted and spend at at a certain influence cost.
Also, you should really add a timing window. Right now it just says exhaust. There is no timing window.
Yeah.
So
Oh, Blue, can you please not take that from me so I can
I was
pass with
planning
it?
to keep this intrigue. I don't know what
Okay.
else I would do. So
Because if you take guard, you lose intrigue anyway. So,
yeah.
I will put renovations back on the pile over here and end my turn in the meantime
And so
while I'm doing warfare.
don't count against your fleet supply, right? Phil, is that accurate?
The Imperial Frigates do not count against your fleet supply.
Sorry, I meant the civilian ships. Do those count against your fleet supply?
They do not count against your fleet supply.
Yeah, because I have a Consular Yacht right here.
Ah, sorry. I don't see it. What is this? Gain a mech for commodity, sure. Spending my commodity.
I need to figure out where I'm taking it off from.
One, gain a commodity. And I gain a commodity, I take it from here. And yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I'll take it from there.
oh it's the wrong bag. Shit.
I think we can find that one and deal with it.
Yeah, I think. How many attachments? How many cards you added to the hazardous and so on?
Just two.
Two,
To
and he
each
get,
of the 3 colors.
Two in each of the 3 colors.
and you
except
get
for-
all of them.
I got 2 of them.
I did
only got
shuffle
2 of
them. I put them in and I shuffled them. So that's just a weird seed.
And I got them off 2 separate decks, so. And he got one of them over here on the green deck.
And I got one from the red deck.
So I'm not the only one who got 2 off of decks. So there's no in red, there's 1 in blue and 1 in green left. I feel like Mazroka would be insane with this current format.
Um. Drop infantry at home. And I'm done.
Really want to find a trade buddy for Dark Pact. Is anybody interested? It's between yellow and blue.
I'm only neighbors with blue at this point.
Yeah.
Bro, fill out your slice.
I'm working on it.
I'm assuming yellow doesn't want to give it, take it from me. So unless he wants it.
I take it.
Okay. Can I have your commodity for it, if you don't mind?
No, that is for blue.
Excuse me? Oh, that's for blue.
That's for blue, yeah.
Yeah, so here's Dark Pact, you have it. Cool.
Thank you.
Alright, is there anything else I'm doing? I just need to do my action, excuse me. I need influence, so I'm just gonna... Can I just 1, 2, 3? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. I might as well explore this last token. Yeah. No, I'm gonna keep my command token and then I'm going to pass. I think that's the best play for me now. Yeah. I'll pass.
Half a watch.
I'm gonna use guard. In the meantime, what is constitutes from Imperial Facility?
The teal buildings.
Okay, so there's 1 here, 1 here.
And I need to
One
add to that
here.
it's you can build it at an Imperial Facility or Mechatol Rex. Does it say Mechatol Rex on that or not? For the Admiral?
It should. If it's
It
on
says
Mechatol
produce.
Rex, I'd like to put it on Mechatol Rex.
Yeah, but I just said at any Imperial Facility, so it didn't include it. I have to make that change on the next iteration.
I take
Alright,
the
so I
white.
need
This
to.
is call.
I'm taking out 4 out of the treasury. I'm taking out 8 out of the
You want this
treasury
one
then.
for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you buy those frigates from the Treasury.
Cool. There's 8.
Those could just be deleted because they're an infinite resource.
All right, and then where can we get the frigates? I'll just copy paste, I guess.
Nope, they're right here. They're in a little bag next to the treasury.
Okay, so I'll take those two. I can put them on Mechatol, or are we putting them on Imperial Facilities?
The way I wrote it this time was Imperial Facilities, so
Yeah, we'll
you
stick
could
with Imperial Facilities.
you can put them
I
on
will
the
put
assembly
them-
hall, and they're right next door for when you want to invade.
Well, here's the thing: I can give people Aether Stream.
Yep, you put them there. Yeah.
So I need to step away for like a few minutes just to go check something, and I'll be right back.
All right, Phil. If
Yep.
I want to, how do I point at something?
Tab.
Yes. Yeah, how do I do that?
Point
Tab.
your hand and hit the tab key.
Tab. Okay.
You press and hold the tab key, you'll get a line.
I want to win a combat in that system. Now, I can only get this cruiser here. If I go there and I pay you a trade good, will you retreat?
Yeah, because you're looking to get command tokens.
Yeah.
Tell you what. I will do it if you give me a command token and wash one of mine as well.
Give you a command token.
Or not a command token, trade good, but then wash a command token. Wash one of mine as well.
Oh, okay. Sure. But if we're gonna add that, I want to add a contingency. If you get a hit the first round of combat, it's just the one. The two, the wash
Yeah.
is if it succeeds.
Yep. I'm fine with it.
1, 2, 3. Roll our dice. Alright, you're getting one no matter what. But
Yeah.
let's just see. You announce retreat, right?
Yeah, I announced my retreat.
Okay, well, I got ahead, so.
I did that.
Alright, so you take these two, and I take one of your commodities. And I take a token from your bag, which will unlock my commander.
I'm an orbital.
Pass.
Alright, and then I am out of things to do, so. Pass. When I pass, I do whatever the hell this thing is. This is move civilian ships. Do civilian ships, wait. Do civilian ships block movement?
No.
They do not block movement. Okay, well, I guess I'll put them there. Alright.
I did that. Oh well.
He needs me.
No, on the fill.
I'm passing.
I also did this pass. I remove all my
Okay.
dice.
I guess Phil needs to do it so we can get that reset. Okay.
Yeah.
The question is, does these status phase scoring things happen before or after scoring?
What do you mean? There is a turn order there on the side there. So we go into the status phase. First we score objectives. Then we do the Senate debate. Then we reveal. And then we do the upkeep stuff.
Well, so here's the thing. Can I do this before my first objective?
Which?
This right here. Can I do that first and then score another objective?
Yeah, that's a separate. You could score one objective of each type. And you get to choose what order you're scoring them in.
Okay, so I'll score that, get my second faction tech, and then score having 2 faction techs.
Totally legit.
And I am spending a token from other players' fleet pool. They gain that token. Or from my fleet pool. So that's sold. Actually, I kind like Empyreans, so we will be tussling again in the near future. You get this wherever you want it.
Nice.
Get what?
I'm scoring my faction objective. This spend their token to get it back.
To get genetic recombination, or
Yeah, genetic recombination.
so you have to spend mine, right?
No, I spent souls. I had his too.
Oh,
And then I'm not scoring any publics up here because I already done my part for these.
oh. When I initially build this, I need to look to the top 2 agendas before we get to the agenda phase. Sorry. For assembly hall, so I'm just going to do that real quick. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, just grab them and toss them underneath it.
Also, did you do your guard thing?
Events automatically
I already did the guard
always.
thing. They're on here.
Events go back on top of the deck, and you have to draw another one.
Oh, so if I drew an event, I have to put one back on the deck and draw
The
another one?
event is going to happen. Yeah, draw another one.
Okay. You can't control events with the assembly hall. Sad.
Nope. In fact, if you're doing politics and you draw an event, you have to put it back on top of the deck.
Wow, this is a harsh card to put underneath. Good lord. Alright, there they are. Do I have to reveal what they are, or can I
Nope.
just have them face down?
Nope. And anytime you draw an agenda, like, or because you're the speaker, you can swap the one you drew with one of the ones that's there under the assembly
so
hall.
when I use politics, I can use that as secondary ability, is what you're saying?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. When you draw politics, you can swap them out with the one that you drew with one of these, or during the actual agenda phase, when you go to reveal an agenda, you pull it off the deck over here. You could say, you get to look at it first and go, no, I'm going to do this one over here instead. So you have 2 pocket agendas.
And I have another political dice as well, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3.
And nobody took Chamberlain, so we are still locked into either doing cooperatives or termination.
Extermination.
Yeah.
It's reverse order,
Scoring
right?
order,
So it
yep.
starts with yellow.
Yep.
And then
Yellow. Yep.
Yeah.
He's gonna throw one of those up there. Oh, it's a 2-pointer.
Another player's only space dock. I have 2. I'll draw one from Excel. Remove 10 units from the board.
So I just want to point out, with this speed, yeah,
Yeah,
2 points, I cannot commit to a full game, okay? It's too
No.
many.
We've had a good play test here, making it through a couple of rounds all the way through. I've got about 3.5 pages of notes here of things that I need to fix and adjust.
Perfect. So we can play one more round and then it's done, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm assuming the event stays on top of the deck then.
The event just goes back on top of the deck, and
Since I saw
it's
it
set it
from
off
two,
to
do I
the
still see
side.
what the event is?
You just set it aside. It's revealed. It's set to the side. We still do 2 agendas, and the event is resolved afterwards. So after this, we're going to deal with the Hidden Moon event.
I just read this. Does this mean my Warzone is dead?
No, that's not the War Sun. It doesn't affect War Sun.
Okay. I thought it blows everything up on Mechaton.
Alright, I guess we roll our dice in the meantime.
Yeah.
Alright, so I get 3.
Two. Two.
2.
Two.
Oh, Oh, you can set what the hit value is on here. That's what that die thing is. Okay.
Yeah, you can set the number on the outside. You can click on it and tell it what to trying to roll. Then it'll tell you how many hits you got.
All right, let's vote. Blue, you go first.
And you can vote an old one to make it better.
Yep. And it still has the old support on there too.
Let's just try some carriers.
You have to destroy the last carrier of somebody's fleet.
No problem. I kill all of them.
Whoops.
I'll vote for that
Yeah,
one.
that's right. I had 3 votes.
So, Phil, just a hint.
Yep.
I like this in general, but this dice roll is weird. What would be maybe cooler if you combine this in the agenda and people need to choose if to spend in the agenda for influence or here influence.
I'll look at it.
Yep, just an idea.
No. Good. I like ideas to note at, to look at.
I will say I think I agree.
Maybe that you reveal an agenda and an objective, and then people can commit their votes, something like that.
Okay, did everyone vote?
I think so. So this goes in. Purge at least 4 total fragments. Oh.
And we're
Yeah,
at
agenda.
quorum 2, so this one goes, this one goes, this one goes, and this one goes.
Damn.
Yeah, we will destroy the last carrier of players.
Oh no.
Well, he's looking at my carrier. I'm the carrier guy, so.
Oh, that is. Oh yeah, it's only 2 carriers there.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's looking at me. I know him.
will not happen because we'll finish after this round. Okay, agenda fast.
First agenda.
It's done.
It's another event.
Okay, place this
Just
face
goes
up.
off to the side. Yep.
When are events resolving?
After the agendas.
Okay. Okay, cannot vote. I'm speaker. So white.
I'll go 11 against.
When first, after? When after?
Oh, I have an after.
Once.
When after? No after. Okay, now you're gonna.
I have an after. Can we not rush through this? I'm doing the best I can here, okay? Sanction on against.
Okay, you want to put 11 against?
You know what? I'll just wait that one out. I don't have to vote on that one.
I think I will follow Phil's lead here and not vote.
Cool, let's break it on against. No effect. I'm on the more events. Come on.
Or how many events are
More
out?
events.
Oh, no.
All right, I'm calling that one a shuffle there because something weird's going on there. There shouldn't be that many in the
We get
top.
another one?
Discard all events from play. So the energy play is exhaust.
Sweet Minister of Culture.
Yeah, it would get. Yeah. But to do it, you have to give up. I am very ambivalent on this one. I have no wins after, so I want to play.
Okay, voting.
I abstain.
I mean, I don't care.
Neither do I.
Hey,
Actually, hold on. We just. No, never mind. It's a directive. He's going to say no.
No effect. Way. Okay, let's resolve the events. Fun.
Oh, by the way, Blue, did you play Blood Pact at all or no?
Oh, sorry.
All right, we're doing these in order. Hidden Moon. Drop it here.
Of course, you put some events in which destroy everything on Mechatol.
Player with the least VPs. So who's last in place?
Uh, it's 2 people.
That would go to initiative order. So Olo. Olo gets Mirage on Mechatol Rex. But really, it doesn't matter because it goes away when the next event
Yeah.
kicks off. So no love for you.
But does he lose any units from that, or is that something else?
No, you put some stuff on it, but then you get it immediately. Then it goes away. So
Okay,
really,
but Mirage is on Mechatol Rex.
yeah. But then it's
Okay.
discarded when the next event happens. So it doesn't do anything.
So it doesn't matter. We don't need to put it out.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Second Quan. Players cannot have more than 4 non-fighter ships in each system that contains an alpha or beta wormhole. Each player with ships in one or more of those systems gains 2 trade goods. Again, events are discarded when the next event happens. So really, we're going through these so you see what they are, but the next
Do I
event
get 2 trade
overrides
goods
it.
for the having?
So let's do
At the
important
start of the
event,
status
okay?
phase, yeah. The next one.
Let's do the important event, the good one.
Destroy all ships in the Mechatol Rex system. Each player places 1 command token from their reinforcements in that system.
Come on, man. Why you put another bomb on Mechatol?
Yeah.
Actually,
There's nothing to-
I've already got a plan in place I'm going to change that. It's going to become Revenge of the Mahact, and it's going to be an intergalactic horror that spawns there that causes trouble.
So my question is, with the previous event, it says you get 2 trade goods for having
At the start of the status phase, and it's not the start of the status phase.
Okay, but then how do you get that at start of the status phase effect?
It would if it managed to sit around till the next round.
Oh, so it stays in play, but it gets replaced when you have another event happen.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, I picked my strategy card, put them all back.
Yep.
Well, since I have Diplo and Mechatol, take Imperial.
Yay.
Small price to pay.
It's a small
Just
price.
casually in the resources. It's okay for Diplo.
All right, so we have a politics here. Blue.
I'll take.
You've still got politics in.
I'll take trade.
Technology.
What do we have here? Politics? No, shit. Could get my warfare.
Literally choosing not to take warfare so people don't get these cards. That's the problem with it being on the secondary.
Yeah. Like I said, things to learn. Take council.
I want those. Oh, do we put trade goods on our trade stations?
Yes. Before we get too ahead of ourselves.
Stocks.
And don't forget your, we got to hit for command tokens too. I did action cards.
No, I already grabbed my.
Wait, somebody's missing last card. Purple.
I did not get action cards.
Then it didn't deal. It must have hiccuped because I did hit it.
I'll draw my own.
I think I got one because I don't remember this being here before the whenever the phase, the status phase.
Okay. Purple, Diplo, warfare.
I'm taking Diplo and.
We got to remember to
no,
do
no.
the economics.
Some are wrong.
So what the economics?
Hold on. Warfare, because I can get on Mechatol Rex, but he. Wait, where's the command counters that were on Mechatol?
You refresh.
Put him back.
Yep. That's a problem. But don't you, because you have this admiral thing, don't you have to use the
Yep, I get the flip side.
What's the flip side do?
Guard. He gets to take a tactical action using nothing but Imperial ships.
Hey, I got 6 of them over here.
This fiesta.
Does it? Does the tactical action go around command counters?
Let's see, how did I write it? You may move.
It seems
There
like-
is no activation. There's no activation.
You can fly the Megadol, no problem.
You move them as though but it's purely, you could fly all the Imperial ships in and have them take pot shots at stuff.
And I can give them all +1 movement because I have Aether Stream.
You can.
Okay.
Yep.
First action. You wanna go in, Megatol?
Do the Imperial?
So I actually have a question for Phil. How does this work?
Beginning of the strategy phase, you get to trade 2 of your commodities for an equal number of trade goods from one of your neighbors, and they don't get a say about it. You just trade with them.
All right.
Basically, yeah, and you're getting their trade goods, not anything else.
Cool. I'm going to plagiarize Salt Cannon.
Yep.
Well, I see. Today we woke up and chose violence.
Well, I'm not the one voting on the.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I took council this time to try and open up a new objective type. Come on.
Is there anything else I want to take right now? Not really. Yeah, so I'll take a Salt Cannon with plagiarize.
Oh, before we forget, and before we're getting ready to do it again, we did not do the economic upkeep step in the status phase.
Okay.
So
I'll just do my-
every one of your space docks draws trade good from the bag and drop it next to each of your space docks. Hope you don't get your own color, and you also then can drop one next to your trade stations.
How
Are you
many?
kidding me? Holy shit! What the? Did this get shuffled?
Yeah.
How many?
One for each of your space docks and one for each of your space stations. Or one for your space dock and one for your trade stations. Draw the total number, and then you can distribute them amongst your buildings any way you want.
One space dock.
Yeah.
Only one.
Yep.
I just got all of my own. I get one for each of my space docks, and then I have 4 here because I have 2 trade stations.
Yeah, it still doesn't add up to 4. That would just be 2 in there.
I'm confused.
You get 4 total, 1 for each of your space docks, and it goes with your space dock. And then each of your trade station gets 1. You draw
Oh,
4, and then you.
2.
It's 2 on
it's
the
1 for
initial.
each.
It's
It's
2 on the
initial, but it's 1 for each of the. Okay.
Yep.
So free refresh of my commodities, essentially.
For you, yes.
Okay. Blue's turn.
Build.
Awesome. So
Oh, I
much
might as
money.
well use Imperial Arms Vault while I'm at it. Just why not?
These things have. Oh, these freighters only have 1 movement. All right, I have gravity drive. It's fine. So he's picking these up and dropping them at the space dock. So I'm grabbing those.
Yeah, this is better here. There we go.
Hey, my turn. Yay. Imperial. Yay.
End of my turn.
Get a point.
You become regent.
Yeah, become regent. And I will score the where is this? Okay, doesn't work. Discard, purge my relic.
I am gonna play Council off the bat. Secondary is to spend 3 resources to draw public objective card. So that should be, to draw one and put it out there. But you
I
get to
really
do that.
think that should just be draw and put it out there without spending the resources, but that's just me.
Yeah, well, you get one freebie in the status phase, so that would be doubling it up, and that's kind of. I'll look at that one.
Yeah, you're right. Doubling it up might be a bit of a problem, but I do feel like you can probably have the one in the status phase if you go that direction.
Yeah.
All right, so you're using council. Do I want to follow? It's spend three influence, 3
3
resources, and
resources,
draw an objective and put it onto the board too.
and I get to rearrange these. I'm gonna close down this whole exterminate game.
You're unlocking explore and exploit. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
But exterminate.
Wait, did you already do Imperial?
Mm,
He did.
I would like to draw a secret objective if that's okay, everybody.
I would
Go
also
ahead.
like to do that. I was still doing my turn.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Well, I'm not going to score a secret objective this round, so that means I'm not scoring a secret objective this game. Alright, Phil, you done with council? Or are you still...
Excuse me, but what's the point of me taking guard unless I'm going to kill something with it? I feel like guard should just have the secondary of warfare and then have the primary of what it is and possibly gain one of these for some cost.
Hold that thought for 2 seconds. Secondary of warfare on the guard. I could buy into that, I think. I'll make note of it.
So what am I doing? No, I don't want to move that. I'll just do this here and go here. I think. No. Da, 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 da. I have these for a reason. I'm going to as well use them. Cool. On my turn.
Okay. I am going to activate Malice. And this carrier is going to go 1, 2, 3. Taking one of my guys from my home system, and he's going to have to bring some fighters or some will die. I think. Oh no, I've got plenty of space there. But I think I still want to send some with him. So I'll send 2 fighters with him.
Phil.
Sorry.
Another idea.
What's that?
Yeah, on the scoring. I would say that this is scored when you contribute to that. So you get a point, but you can make it like you do it right now, that it's a closing window when this is not scoreable for others anymore. Because this, otherwise, the game will take forever.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
completely agree on that.
And people can trigger end game condition like say, okay, I'm never closing this one. Of course, you can do it yourself, but
Yeah.
once you claimed it, you should have the
Bill,
point.
we
Yeah.
need the private
Oh,
chambers
I
on
need a.
Palace.
This should be here.
We got another Imperial facility.
Private chambers.
Wait, how do you have a marker on this, by the way, yellow? Because we just put it out.
Oh, there's
Destroy
the private
isles.
chambers.
Imperial.
Palace.
Oh, Imperial. Yeah.
That'll end my turn. I'll get my 2 trade goods from that.
Construction. I get my monument wherever it is. I just take purples and make it yellow.
Which one?
I don't even know what it does.
You're welcome. When you do the secondary construction, I will spend your token on Mechatol Rex. You can go back to Mechatol.
Yeah. Thank you. And I get a TD on Mechatol. And I get another.
Structures are indeed units, Luminous. So, yes.
Actually, I think I want this there. I'm gonna build an embassy over by you.
Oh, I'm following this as well, so.
Embassy. This one.
Putting down a space dock on back hall.
I definitely want that. I gotta defend
I'm gonna
this
put
in
this
case
here.
Soul gets any funny ideas.
Right?
I'm not Titans and I'm stacking structures. This is insane.
Uh,
I don't know. I think structures are really good in this variant.
I agree.
the intent was to give you the ability to fix your slice in a couple of rounds. You know, like you get it with
Was
a slice
somebody
that's
looking
just
at the agendas I had under Assembly Hall, or they just accidentally flipped?
probably accidentally flipped. We haven't even hit half of the mess with your neighbor stuff that exists in here that you discover.
Shit. Excuse me.
Well, I can say it is too much for, especially when you have like middle and not hardcore players. Too
Oh,
much new content.
I'm not expecting this to have mass appeal.
Mm.
And there is and I am in the mindset that I'm looking for things to simplify. So
Yeah, I like a few things. Like I like that everybody has its own color tokens. I like this a lot. I like this objective decks. The civil ships is a cool idea, but they need more movement speed, which is the base problem of every game. Yeah, like bumping every movement speed here on 2. The civil ships. What I like also a lot is this private objective, which gives you techs and not points. It's also cool.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm actually pretty happy with the structures.
Yeah, I think the structures are good. I don't know, something's rubbing me the wrong way about the structures. I can't put my finger on it.
Nah, I don't. I'm not I'm not so a fan of this one here.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not so.
it. It's not the structures. It's the Imperial Facilities, and they're coming out with the exploration.
These guys, this.
yeah.
I always had this issue with also in other games when I think about Eclipse having these neutral factions in the game, or when I think about another game which is Game of Thrones and neutral factions, it just gets abused in the wrong way. The same can be done here.
Yeah, like we could just activate Empyrean stuff right now and just
No,
and
it
watch
just gets
history.
abused by when you can command other units. They get abused by moving it to some other space, which is bothering there, or you get a point by that by blocking another player and things like that.
I don't think it will be that strong in the late game, but like in the early game, you could just murder someone's ships, and there's not much they can do about it.
Yeah, what I'm meaning, it's getting abused. Spend 3 trade codes, kill somebody.
Pretty much.
And the
I'll-
fact
I
that
feel
they
like
have this
if you didn't put these on Imperial facilities, but only on Mechatol Rex would make a lot more sense because hey, they're Imperial
Yeah.
frigates. But I completely agree with the
I also think
non-controllable faction thing.
I'm gonna have the number of Imperial factions facilities in the exploration decks. I'll just cut it down to 1 in each, because the reality is you're gonna end up with enough of them coming out off the roll token to make them a little bit
Yeah.
rare, so they're not so numerous. I think part of the problem is they're so numerous.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of this game, I'm gonna take some time and write down all the notes I have for this, and I'll send that to you.
Appreciate it.
Another thing is every exploration like gives you a value of 1 or 2, and this one gives you like every round 1 free token theoretically.
Yeah.
Cannot be. Cannot be. You get every round. You get for a relic every round the token, but not for an exploration. Combine this with a Mahak, for example, or not even Mahak, an NRA with Scanlink, so you get just free tokens.
Oh yeah, if you used Warfare on that system, it effectively gives you an extra free token.
No, it's
Yep.
not just Warfare. You take it from reinforcements, use Scanlink, and
Yeah.
with
I agree. The
randoms.
military academy. I've already got a note here. The military academy needs to be adjusted.
I will mention that I was kind of trying to do that, but I got guard because I forgot I had the Admiral token.
You can easily simplify, in my opinion, this trade topic by removing this bag, because random is always shit. We already have dice rolls, which is random, and just leave it like you had. I like it a lot that you can say you get your commodities, and you cannot just say to somebody, "Let's swap them." This already improves the game a lot. Get your own color, and you need to really swap it in a way that you need to exchange these trade goods.
So when you draw trade goods, is you take it from somebody else?
Uh, yeah, that's the thing. What I'm not 100% sure yet. When you draw one from the supply,
Well,
yeah.
the alternate version that I've used is where I just add another color that's a neutral color that's just a neutral trade good. So when you say gain a trade good, you take the neutral one, call it an Imperial trade good, and then it's just an Imperial trade good. Boom, done. And that way, it's
Yeah.
so if you say gain a trade good, you grab the neutral, and it's a trade good for everybody.
Yeah, correct. And this you can trade around, like you take a neutral color, gray or whatever, and that can be traded with anybody. But to remove this shit where you flipping each other and for free and make some more incentive on trading properly, that I totally agree. The backside on the cards, yeah,
It needs
I'm not.
work. It
Yeah,
needs work.
this all stuff. This is too much for the beginning. Um, and also the value is not good. I know the point from Blue Tactic where you from the how is the one faction called he has, where he puts on these companies or this where you get +1 influence and so on.
Yeah, yeah.
That's more or less the same principle, which
Mm.
is cool, but not as a structure. I wouldn't do this as structures. The problem is like adding this, you have 4 more attacks. No, you have 8 more attacks. In an average game, you maybe get 8 attacks. So you have 40 attacks to research.
Mm-hmm.
Going down purple is totally nonsense. Upgrading civil ships is totally useless. Makes no sense. Graph Tribe solves this all more or less this problem. Putting the space, putting I get the point. I like the idea. I always also was thinking about this in mechanic that you move goods between planets. but yeah, I just find it a little bit hard to execute in a TI setup.
Yeah,
I also had a lot of ideas about these kind of moving actually good with transporters and so on.
which is where one of the roles has as their pass action is the ability to just move civilian stuff, is to help with
Yeah.
that stuff. Part of it is, I
Also,
think, is because we're playing it as a 4-player. It's suffering. We're seeing some of the stuff magnified that you see in any 4-player game with the two strategy cards and everything else magnifying things. I mean,
we also played a big map. That's another issue. You played a big map, and
yeah,
which like we are now in turn 3, and we just didn't finish to take our stuff here.
yeah,
Like, this is not done. This is not done. This is the same problem. Well, the main problem in TI is my opinion, and this you more or less see here also, is the movement speed issue. Um, many it's very much blue dependent, this tech pass, and you need a lot of movement speed. And when you put 4 more ships in which have a movement speed of 1,
yeah.
it's just making
I
even with
I
draft, it makes it even
think
more bad.
I'm leaning towards removing the faction upgrades on the civilian ships, so just having one model. But I would just start basically with the level 2s on
Yes,
those.
yes, correct. Not in level 2s in all values, but
But
at least 2 movement
approximately,
value.
yeah, something,
At least 2 movement value would be something like needed. Um, yeah, these tokens, I'm not so sure about these.
Yeah. A lot of that's in what they actually do and how the mechanics work out.
I mean, I like the idea that you incentivize people maybe to pass, because that's also a big issue in TI, that people getting outstalled, and you can maybe make some reactions on passing.
Right. Or like the commissar where, hey, you're done, you can pass out and make somebody skip a whole bunch of tactical actions this turn.
Yeah, I get this.
It's situational, but it's
Yeah,
you
this kind
can
it is more a spite move. It is not really something game breaking.
but
It's really
when you get
more
into some of the
annoying.
later rounds where you're looking to the king or Winslay and do
Yeah, but
stuff
then you need
there.
to say but then you have the ironic thing that you say leadership, please pass.
Yeah.
So play leadership, get 8 tokens, pass.
Yeah.
Who would ever do this?
But we'll see. Like I said, it's the first play test. We'll
Yeah,
give it again.
yeah, understand. But it doesn't match to leadership. It's an okay ability, but it doesn't match to leadership. Maybe from the thematic, but not from the actual gameplay flow. When you're the one who gets the most tokens.
Yeah, that's a tricky part too. Is it's you're
Yeah,
taking a roll twice in a row. If
correct.
you just took the roll, you don't need to do what the roll does. You need the secondary to do something different, but still be thematically attached to it. So
For the events, I like the idea of events.
they need
I'm
to be
not sure if
scattered
this
out.
is
They need to be
no no
better.
I'm not sure if it's the right play in the agenda. What
Yeah,
I think, what I
I
like
think
about events in games is when they come up, you see what's happening, but it occurs. You can prepare for it. So
You
let's
could
say,
thematically put them into the exploration
yeah,
decks. Like, for example, Hazardous has the one where it blows up Mechatol, or
Yeah,
no,
Cultural has.
no, I see it. I like in
I
exploration when you reveal it, and then you say this triggers
I
in the status phase, for example.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Or what you would do with the event is that you would reveal the event and then you would resolve it in the following status phase. So you would have an entire turn
Yeah,
to see that
correct.
it's coming,
For example, so you can make it blow up Mechatol, which is totally fine, but then
but give
people know,
everybody a
okay,
chance to run.
everybody can react, and maybe this leads then also to some things where Imperial gets interesting, and you might want to fly in, or you don't want to fly in, or what shall we do? Um, but it can also be super shitty, because when the Sabo is sitting on Mechatol, then you more or less Sam must go off, but if he gets Imperial, he gets a free point, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But this is things where people need to play around, and I think events are cool, but they need to kind of you see what's happening, like there's a big crisis, and people can react to that.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Yeah,
yeah, I think they have to be their separate deck. I
Mm,
think like one event per round would be really good, but just tying the agenda deck.
Yeah, correct.
I
The way we were just doing it.
Get a event
what
deck.
I probably would do is just take the agenda deck and break it up into 8 pieces or something, and shuffle one event into each thing so they're spread out a little bit more. Um,
Also, aren't we supposed to be revealing more of these as each round goes on? Like with these as well.
yes, we are.
And we completely missed that.
We are.
And that's another part, which is too much. This is what I mean with too much. I knew that it was there, but I had no idea how to really get them.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that I
the
need
problem
to.
is they don't have a.
I already know I need to fix the trigger for these guys. They are far too rare for what they are. Um, they need to be much easier to get, and I've already got some notes for making a shift on that one.
Yeah, with that, it's an interesting approach with the new objectives. It follows a little bit. I don't know if you had this from Stellaris, because Stellaris, the new game, is also following like people
No,
can collect on actions. It's very similar to Stellaris, where you collect on your events, not on the actions, on the points.
right?
But yeah, you should get the points out when you score them, and not when
Yes,
they
yeah,
are
I
spent
agree with that one. Yeah, it's have a trigger point where you can score it, spend this to score it, but then there's a limit on how many
Yeah,
people could score it.
people can say, okay, I cannot score anything right now, but I can stop. I can finish and scoring that others cannot score. This you could
Right.
do.
Or
It makes it also more interesting for people who can.
afford to double invest in it to block somebody else from scoring it.
Yeah, this is what I mean. And it makes it also interesting if you cannot score one round, maybe that you can at least make some impact on the game before
Hmm.
doing nothing.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Although these are I like where you have an objective which gives you an economy boost or a technology boost.
Yes, and
Um,
that was one of the reasons I included that is because I knew that we were including all those other techs, so I
mhm.
wanted to ease the demand on the technology card by giving you an alternate way to get those things that make your faction what they are.
Yeah, no, this I agree. This is cool. Although, yeah,
I ultimately in my head I want to shrink everything that you're seeing here to 70 to 80% of the complexity that it is right now. So
makes sense.
I threw everything in so that we could try everything and see what was
Yeah,
fun, because the fun stuff could stay and the stuff that boring or doesn't work can get cut or simplified or taken out or fixed. But ultimately, I'm looking for something that's simpler than this ultimately is in magnitude.
yeah. It's just when you need to. The problem with this double-sided cards, you need to learn.
What's there?
Wait a second.
And I was
Yeah,
talking to Kakatopos,
what's there?
and he had a suggestion for an alternate there, and I may take him up on it. And that was just to play the normal card, like it's a one-sided card like normal, but you have an accessory card that you can play if you have the appropriate role. So it would add, instead of being a tertiary thing, it would be like a bonus. If you're the commissar, you play leadership like normal. If you're the commissar, you do leadership, but you can do this extra bonus card or something.
What
And I'll look at
what
that.
what I what I think is what I would combine these two cards. This token with this one, because you say more or less you flip Imperial,
Right.
and
And
then
then you could have your pass
Imperial
action
is
on the
flipped, and
back.
at the back side you say this triggers when you pass, because then you have any of the card flipped, and then you see, so you have the component shrink into one.
Yep.
It's very clear on the back side there's an effect when you pass, which is cool. The effects need to be modified, but having this wall of text on 8 cards, and you get the card only if you get this token 2 times in a row, will never happen, or will very rarely happen.
Yeah.
Only happen if you take split politics and get power.
We are in a 4-player game where we get 2 cards, so the chances that you get double is very high. But
Yeah.
in a 6-player game, never happens that you get 2 cards in a row.
Unless you play
Well,
stability, but
Yeah. It'd be a lot
Fuck that
rarer.
list.
you're
Yeah.
fucked if you take political stability because there's only one of those.
Maybe,
Yeah.
no, bring the effect. Either bring the effect of this passing function, and maybe the backside of the card into the card back. Merge this. Make it simpler, less text, an ability, maybe two, maybe
I
some passive, and then when you pass an active, I don't know.
what I'm also thinking is maybe it's a role token that you have that is, yes, this can change your role, but then whenever you do this, you just do what's on this as well.
Yeah, I understand, but I think this it's just complicating things too much that you change roles
Yeah.
and so on. You choose your strategy. Your strategy is actively to research attack and passively to flip it when you pass or you trigger this and this effect or
Hmm.
this and this ruling on the table or to one person that he cannot do this or he's allowed to do this.
I'll look at it.
Much simpler.
And
Yeah,
I'm gonna, before I make any major changes, I'll try and play test it again, as is, just so that I can get
yeah,
confirmation of things that I want to change. Because sometimes, but we'll,
yeah.
yeah. No, I've got 4 or 5 pages of note. Everything anybody has said so far, I've made notes on.
I feel like renovations that you have, like remove a structure from somebody's thing, should probably be an action card. I'm being honest.
And please remove everything with random. Remove the die that you vote, and remove this treasury.
Yeah. Well, I know your preference is to be able to calculate it all out. So
Yeah, but come on, you get four dice rolls, and no, not not
I
not on,
I'm kind of
not on,
I agree with him in the
not
sense
on
of
this. Where you vote four and you roll four dices, and maybe you get zero votes,
I'll,
or you get four votes.
yeah.
I do
I'll
like the multiple decks sort of thing. I agree with that, but I don't like the dice rolling for voting on objectives. So
I'll poke it at. I'll look at it and think about it.
I, I think what it could happen is you just have whoever's in last place essentially picks a card from the top of the deck, and that's the one you get because it's you already have the deck separated into categories.
Hmm.
Look, if you want to make something like roll for votes and make it like in Catan, very simple like in Catan. You roll two dices or you roll three dices and four dices, and you know the average is on this roll this and this, and then it maybe varies by plus minus 20%. So you know in Catan when you roll two dices, the most probability is 7. So when I roll three dices or when I have four dices to get votes, the more dice I roll, the higher the value is. But it cannot be like an on and off on 50% on every roll. You
Yeah.
need to like say, okay, I have a value of 1 to I have a D8 or a D10, and then I sum up the roll amount. Although I'm still not a fan. It's the same like roll for movement, in my opinion. It can be super shit or it can be super great.
Reduce the variability of it would be beneficial.
Yeah, or put a fixed value. I mean, when you want to have low votes, you have for every leader you have one. Like I said, in my opinion, this should be part of the agenda phase. Then you have also one less step
Yeah.
because the agenda phase is already stalling so much time. So extend the agenda phase by putting objective votes as an additional option, or make it as a third agenda step. So you have agenda, and then objective vote, for example. That people need to look more on how they spend uh, their their planets.
Yeah.
Cannot spend so much because they want to have the votes for the objective at the end. Something
Something to
like that.
look at. Yeah. I'll have to do some math and figure out how the mechanics of that work, because there are reasons that it
Yeah,
is the way that it is, but it's something I could look at
Yeah,
rearranging.
it's totally okay.
I really do like the idea of the freighter, but I don't, and the trade convoy. I don't really like the guild and the consular yacht as much, just because of how the politics game kind of interacts. And the whole purple tree kind of is, do you really want to get that or not? The only one that's really worth it is 3 techs up, and there's no tech skips for it at all. Um, and if you want to hold votes, the voting system is kind of, I guess,
I haven't had a
as we've
chance
said.
to mess with the purple tree at all, so that I will admit is cold as is. So that, yes, I agree that the purple tree is not functional the way that it is. So either it needs to be incentivized more, or like you said, get some tech skips out there to make it work better.
But tech skips require planets
I just
usually, and that's
I've got
Upgrading a guild
workarounds in
ship,
there.
upgrading a guild ship, which is like you have one ship, which is a flagship more or less, and then it has 2 times. What is it? 2 times on a 7. That's like nothing. That's like super wasted unit upgrade for one ship.
It is a civilian ship, and you can sneak it through places because it effectively has light wave from the get go.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, I'm working. I'm brainstorming on a version where optimizing things. And for example, in my version, I have this idea that this one, where is it on Dark? No, Ether Passage is valid for all
Aether
players.
Passage.
It's valid for everybody. Everybody has this as a negotiation ability. Everybody can fly their ships to other players. That's my opinion how this game should work.
Yeah.
I feel like Aether Stream as a tech should have been all of your fleet. Basically, it's +1, kind of like Gravity Drive, but making it for your fleet instead. And I feel like that would have been a lot better than what it is. Because the whole like making people pay for the +1, it doesn't really work in practice very well. Unless you really want to get somebody there.
What you're saying, Phil, is that you say guild ships is more or less it's the flagship of it's a weaker version of the flagship from Yusal. What you're saying at the end of the day.
Kinda, yeah. But I agree that it's not as enticing as it needs to be, and I agree that those mechanics are don't work as written.
Because you can stall out everybody, has a bunch of extra cards to defend, but every other player you can do shit with a single ship with just light wave.
And people would rather have their flagship. So honestly, if you're going to have an upgrade for a flagship-like ship, I'd rather focus on what somebody else was doing with the flagships and having like a viable upgrade for the flagship that each faction could have or something like that.
Yeah, I did like that guy's idea. The issue, I felt like he made them all really, really strong.
I agree, yeah.
And then them being in the tech path when you're already so limited in tech just felt a little awkward.
And I agree, and I think that let me pull out the level 2 civilian what I had laid out for those just for.
It's right here. They're all right here. I have them all out right here.
You know, if you were starting with this, if this was your level 1, that would be much more enticing. You know, all of these would be much more enticing if you just started with them at this level. Because then your freighter has the ability to move somewhere, grab something in an adjacent system, and come back on an activation.
Correct.
Trade convoys, you can make them, but it's going to take you 3 turns to get it anywhere. Yeah, I agree. It needs to be. This one needs to be moved up.
I wanna point one thing out. That ship should not start with 3 move though. Not because we want to limit movement, but because that means the SARS agent lets them get 3 moves
Yeah.
on a ship.
No, what I'm saying is that I
That's no bueno.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything to 3 movement here.
You're gonna have to change the Consular Yacht to 2 and the Guild Ship to 2 and just keep them there, honestly.
Yeah. And you just make them all move 2, because then with Grav Drive they become 3s, and that's fine. I'll
make this 6 when it's a single ship. You can make this 6 when you upgrade the value like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is that really a 6 cost ship?
It doesn't count against fleet capacity, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And it can carry fighters. I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it can.
Yeah, but this is more about the first turn because it's a priority. It would be priority in the first round to get it out.
Yeah, so 6 makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely agree. Trade convoys is fine as. I don't think you need to have upgrades for these units. You should just have base.
Yeah, I think that these just need to be the base, basically the base stats with some minor adjustment.
I think you should probably get rid of the Consular Yacht if you're not going to have the voting system as it is now.
I will revisit it. The Consular Yacht, the intent here, long term, what I was looking at, your Consular Yacht really is tied to your diplomat, and I got to revert that system and make sure that it's working. But this was going to become the mechanism whereby you were investing in and upgrading the diplomat. The diplomat was going to be a leader that you could upgrade multiple times and do stuff with. Hasn't happened yet.
Also, go ahead.
So I'm not gonna cut this yet. I want a chance to work that other stuff first and revisit it. But it is on my watch list as a possible to cut and simplify and rebuild.
The fun part, is because I wanted to play this also because I want to get some inspiration for the game I'm working on. Because my game is working with in that way that you have, for example, a dreadnought, or let's just take this ship. You have this ship, all as a card, and it has some base stats, but then it has slots. Like let's say it has 3 slots, and you can put adjacent to it. You can put like models in economy or military models. So you can put like a laser there,
A
or extra
module
hull
on it,
here,
yeah.
or maybe a mining laser. Then you fly somewhere and you get some more resources when you get resources.
Yeah.
And the bigger the ships they are, like a dreadnought has maybe 6, and your flagship has 8, and it's very similar in this principle. Yeah, it's something like that, but it's always the same. So it would always look like this,
Yeah.
and then you upgrade
Yeah,
up to
it'd
8
be
models around of it.
yeah.
That's what I'm working right now. And you can mix it up with economy models and military models, or some
Yeah.
drones which can explore them and things like that. Yeah.
Different kinds of modules on it.
Here's an argument. So instead of the trade stations, if you're removing the Imperial Treasury, if you will, instead of the trade stations putting down trade goods, they just increase your commodity capacity.
That
Or you have one that just increases it by 1.
I looked at that, and I do think I haven't completely given up on the treasury idea yet. I think there is something there that works. I think we hit some hiccups there in the beginning that made it look not as good as I think it could be. I'm gonna revisit that one and play another game before I completely give up on that one. I think.
That
So
makes sense.
just a hint. What I think what this game needs more is more commodities. Not commodity increase in value, but the only thing where you get in this game right now, commodities, is trade, and that relies somebody playing trade, and then you have the standards X-1. You have a few cards like you have green where you get some commodities,
Or you
which
might
is more
randomly
special.
find one in an exploration or something.
Yeah, in a random expression. But when you have really cards which give you extra, which give you commodities, because every card in this game gives you trade goods. But with your methodology of having individual
I
colors
like
of
this.
commodities, give just, instead of giving trade goods out of many cards, increase it by giving out more commodities, because then the people can use it to buy things, and they can and you have more of that player's color in the
In the
pool,
mix.
in the surrounding.
Yeah.
Within the
May I?
game.
Can you imagine
Speak
if
for a
somebody
sec.
was Hakan and it was pulling 6 and it was absolutely flooding? I mean, they're going to be pulling from there all the
No, I'm
time.
not
And
saying get all
yeah,
of the commodities. I'm saying like a trade station.
So
Instead of 2 trade goods,
uh,
put 2 commodities there.
go ahead. What you
yeah,
got,
that's what I was
Luminous?
saying. Yeah. That implies you could use the Imperial Frigate to increase your commodities by sending it across the thing while getting them off the trade station, and that makes a lot more sense. I
Yeah.
agree.
Just put more commodities out. Force people to trade and exchange their commodities, because their own commodities, and that's the purpose of commodities. For your own faction, it's useless.
And that was kind of the direction I was kind of going with the trade convoys. Is like, hey, I'm sending you a convoy, and I'm gonna start dumping my commodities on your doorstep, and taking your stuff.
Yeah.
It's increasing, and you'll notice it a lot. I mean, part of it was the map, but generally speaking, the trade value, I think you're getting a lot more trade goods flying around, and it feels like it's less dependent on the trade strategy card.
The problem in this systematic is, and this is because how TI is built up. TI is built up that you trade passively, and your resources are on your player sheet and not on your planets or on your
Yeah.
ships as a capacity. So when you and what you are trying to do with the civilian ships is, you say I'm moving there, but the problem with this all is you activate a system, and that costs you 3 resources, and that's the whole trouble on this all, and that's why I think it will not work. What you need to do is, when you want to move with your civilian ships, they need to act somehow passively. You cannot ask them to
Be like, hey, or even if it was just like a, hey, maybe it's a civilian ship movement step in the upkeep where it's just, hey, move all your civilian ships separately from your activations that you're in the upkeep.
A simple way would be you are activating your space dock. You have a civilian ship somewhere. It flies during this way. It flies to that point, picks up things, and flies back. But that requires that you have 6 or 7 movement.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm saying you need to increase the movement value by default. And of course, you need to put this to 3 theoretically without an upgrade. And let's not talk about SAR 1 commander, which
Yeah.
the agent, which is now an exclusion. You can work around that, but you really need to. The problem is you need to do it somehow passively. 2 ways. The one you already had is you take the token from the reinforcements. That's one way. Or you manage somehow that the ships is jumping between 2 systems. If this is now by movement, if this is now by really jumping around, maybe you just put the movement on 0 and just say this ship goes to a trade and other players' trade station within 2 hexes or 3 hexes.
Mm-hmm.
Goes there and goes back. Don't give it any movement value. Just say some distance.
Yep. Be another way to do it.
So we were talking earlier about the backside of the strategy cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like actually, if we look at leadership, the opposite side is a bit like underwhelming because it's not hard to unlock certain things. It's really detriment to specific factions when you just relock something.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you already have 3 objectives, relocking a hero doesn't really do anything because it's just going to unlock it
Yeah,
automatically.
you just got to block it and keep it from being used on that one turn.
But I think the secondary ability of intimidation is really nice as a way of saying this is the pass of how you would pass leadership. So you would, when you pass leadership, you can, they have to give you trade goods for command tokens, and not everybody's going to have trade goods.
Right.
But you get some benefit from them getting trade goods when you pass. And you're already getting like +3 already. So when you pass, they get like an additional token or something. And I'd probably make that more, instead of 1 trade, and make it a 2 because it's going to be cheaper and it's going to possibly happen every round depending on how often you get leadership.
Like I said, I think the backside needs to be simplified and not be a second option. That's my opinion. It's too complicated.
And I'm agreeing with that point. I was just making it as a possibility, as a second option.
And the other things, like all these kind of things here, these attachments to increase the value. I like it. I like exploration. I like that you can increase the resource value of a planet. But the problem is it's all randomized, and when you are not when you are not NRA, you cannot more or less plan around it. If you can make it somehow that this kind of things are in your pool, so you have it as a pool. You have like 8 cards, and you have these improvements. You can put them distribute them within your empire.
These
kind of more strategically.
These are not semi-final. Only the Imperials we were coming up that way. These you have, and you just, whenever you place a PDS, you can place one of these instead.
Yeah, but that's the problem. You cannot link it to a card construction, which is not very often picked, and then because the value in comparison to the when you
Other
use
thing,
picking construction to get 1 resource extra on a planet, and when the planet gets taken, it's lost. It's the same like putting down a PDS on a planet which is on the outer space.
And maybe these need to be an additional placement option as opposed to being right. Instead of PDS, you can do your space dock PDS, but then you can do one of these as like you've got with Monument. You get that as an extra option.
Yes, for example, maybe when you activate, maybe you can make it as an alternative to an exploration. So instead of exploring, you can choose to put one of your structures down.
Yeah. Instead of exploring, you can, if you've already explored there and then you move in there and you activate a system, you can do an upgrade.
Yeah, Yeah, you as a second one. So you first you establish a colony, so you colonize the planet. The second time when
You
you
activate
activate
the
it, you
system
can
again,
do
and
a structure,
you
but
can put a
only
structure.
limited to one. Otherwise, you have then a space dock with eight production there.
Yeah.
So
So,
every
if I
player can
may,
have.
Sure.
you could also make it so that you have one of each of these that you've suggested. I would probably suggest taking a couple of them out, just based off of their abilities. But for example, they can still be taken control by other players. So you can make that an objective thing. Take control of somebody else's trade station or something
Sure.
like that, because they're
And
gaining
and then and it,
commodities off of that.
the way I would
And just
probably
have one.
do that is when you can take control of a facility, if you have the equivalent of a facility available, you can just replace it, like L1Z1 does with space docks and PDS already.
Yeah, but I'm implying that for all players. So like, there's
Yeah, that's
an
I'm implying that
incentive.
for all players too.
Yeah.
So like if I take over your trade station and there's a trade station there, I can plop my trade station and just take it over instead of destroying yours or and then
Yeah, because
having to
you already
rebuild
have
it.
it there.
You need to be careful if you then make a public pool of these stations, or if you make value for everybody an individual pool.
Did have a version of these facilities where all
I'm
of
gonna
these
pull them all out.
facilities were essentially imperial facilities. They were all considered imperial. It was not just a trade station, it was an imperial trade station, it was an imperial colony, it was an imperial refinery. And it was a
They're
common
all
pool.
stuck on sticker and grid, unfortunately.
For some reason, I had the toggle set correctly, and when I added them to the bag and imported them here, they all got mucky, and I don't know why. But these were all originally these were all imperial facilities, and it was much more chaotic over what ones were going to be available because they were all going to be in a common pool. And I moved some of that over to being faction facilities, and maybe the thing to do here is the basics. Maybe everybody gets the basics. Everybody gets an option of the colony, the trade station, and the refinery. Boom. Just
Yeah,
as
when you give
But then the
everybody
advanced
one,
facilities join the imperial facilities and the imperial stuff to make that stuff a lot rarer and
yeah, I just want to add here, when you really give everybody one, I think that's okay, but I'm not so sure about taking them over. This can make things messy.
the only way I would gonna
consider
be doing it is if you take that over is if I made them less rarer so that it became more of a prize to pursue and you were deliberately doing it as an action that you couldn't just do it casually as an added bonus.
Can
But
I
then I
speak
don't
for a
know if
second?
this yeah.
So what I was implying was taking away some of these facilities. Like, for example, one of these gives you +4 this. You don't really need this on a planet. For example, you can cut these in half.
Some of them
So you only have one of
no, I
each.
disagree. I disagree. Like when you have a strategic area and you want to reinforce it or just want to blockade it,
and
that's a pretty cool.
I also wanted
Okay,
to
that's a
have
fair point.
a mix of buildings in there
You know,
that
I'm gonna
were
stack these and just remove this issue.
um I wanted a stack
Together.
of a selection of buildings where different buildings are going to be interesting to different players. Argent Flight is going to love, having the naval base there where he can the hangars there where he can stock some stuff. It might even help Nalu out to have it, free fighters in a system.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, because you can build more.
If you, I know it's a little bit strong one, but I give you one hint because that's my version. What I'm working, not in my game, but in my TI version. Get something out. I'm not 100% sure how you want to balance it, but give something like a hangar or a spaceport, something like this, which gives one of your ships. I have the ruling right now for new Space Dock 2 says Space Dock 2 gets an additional bonus. One ship starting from that system gets +1 movement speed. You could make something like this.
transit
Just
node
make
is in there. There is a transit node. If you look at the
It's
transit,
this right here.
gets an additional movement. And units that start in that system get an additional movement.
yeah, it's cool. Perfect. It's exactly, then you can get a little bit rid of graph drive. Perfect.
Hmm?
Yeah. And for each of these cards, I see this more as a balancing act. So you can say, okay, I want to put my space dock there, and I want some extra resources there. I have here 02 planet. I want to make it 03, so it gives me some influence. I have here a strategic spot where I want to have some fighters, so I put this hangar there.
And
And
maybe it needs to be a growth system where it's like you put down a basic facility, and then the next time you could put an advanced facility down.
I would keep in
yeah,
mind that you can't, if you tie it to Explorer, you can't put it on your home system anymore. So
yeah,
you
of
might
course,
have to.
no. And the research I would do in a different way, but that you say this planet gets that types skip. I mean, you don't have a yellow skip, then that's a problem. Yeah, I don't know how to solve this, but instead of giving more value, I see it more important to get some skips out.
I'm still curious to see it play a couple of more games with those faction objectives because I think that even those will open up the tech tree quite a bit, and because it like Nalu, I hate their tech tree right now because they can't get to the stuff that makes them good, and I'm feeling like and go after the technologies that they need to be competitive. And I think like them, they may open them up and help them become competitive again.
Problem is the problem. What I'm seeing here is not really that they are not viable. I mean, of course, it's all together, but the
I
problem
disagree. They are viable, but
they are
Yeah.
viable. They are viable, but they're not in the mass production, let's say, viable, or for the mass players viable. Um, the problem is really the base balancing on some things.
And
Like
not
when I'm for example, very simple. Nalu's, how is it? The tier 3 tier green
mhm,
says you must remove a token.
yeah,
It shouldn't be a must. It should be a may, because you can, once you get it, everybody hates you and you cannot make any deals anymore on the table.
yeah.
These are the little things. You need some tweaks theoretically, and I made a whole version of this with all the tweaks where you're balancing out the small things.
Mhm.
where is the facility that you get a production one and you can make a
Or
different facility
factory.
there? I can't find it. It's not in my stack. Is it over here? No, that's the embassy.
There it is. It was stacked up.
Yeah. I don't know if this one is as viable if you're putting it on exploration, but I can understand it being useful.
Just one hint. The problem with this, when you say you put this down when you activate the system the second time, you are reinforcing the current way of playing solitary more, even more, by
The
getting
trade
scandling and
station?
no, everything. When you say you want you first time you explore planet, and
Well,
the
and
second time when you activate it,
it hurts things like the embassy where it's like, oh, I have to get there and make a colony before I can make an embassy there. Yeah, that doesn't work real
Well,
well.
you can probably put it down on the first exploration, right?
yeah, that depends how you make it. But if
Yeah,
you make it, say you need to activate the system again, and then everybody, okay, let's go scaling, and I'm building up my economy. Boom, 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 boom.
yeah,
And for some factions like how they're called, the fast cruiser ones,
yeah.
Titans, this gets even heavier then, where they put PDS also down in the same action and
Well, and
scandal.
that's where these or specifically saying when you place as a result of the construction strategy card, so that way all the other PDS placements do not allow them to be converted into facility stuff.
I agree, but the problem is it doesn't pay off. I didn't put them down because it didn't pay off to spend a token, which might get taken in one action.
Yeah.
That's why I also don't put PDS downs in the base game. The only reason I put PDS downs in the base game is because of the objectives.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's when maybe it should be when you place a PDS or a space dock, you could place one of these in addition on that planet. Like you're there building already, invest in the planet. Might work. I'll have to look at that a little bit more and
Yes
math
and no.
out
I mean,
how that would
it
play out.
makes construction more interesting. Then I agree that you can do that, but it's nice to have. And then you have more or less the topic where you have the OP stuff with the one movement speed, where I say, okay, I need to get this, and this solves my turn one because I move forward, put a PDS down, get this +1 movement speed, and I had my grav drive solution, and you have things
Well,
better like this happening.
yeah, except that you put your transit diode down in the place where you're putting your PDS down, but when you're putting your PDS down, you're locking the system down. So it's really only a problem in a double
But
game where
the
somebody could
transit
warfare.
was written when you fly through.
Transit diode only works if you start in that system.
Oh, okay. And then it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, but it's lovely, of course, with space dock together there. But that's not a long run. That's okay. I think that's okay that you get one of the
Phil,
ships with extra move.
I want to point out the transit diode actually does allow you. It says during movement step, one ship leaving or passing through the system.
Oh, it does
Yeah, that's
say.
why I say I
Okay.
was reading also that it was passing through. That's what I was
I
reading.
might lean towards originating or starting its movement in that system, but
Yeah, no, that's good. I like that a lot. That should be how it is.
but
That you get
again,
some boost. Yeah. No, cool ideas. Yeah, Phil, I can send you the link what I did a couple that you can read through. Just maybe you'll get some ideas
oh,
on
absolutely. This is
uh,
some of this stuff in here is stuff that I've tweaked to kind of stitch it together, and some of this stuff is the way it was originally designed by others. And I can only claim about 40% of what's on the table right now. Now maybe more like 60%, but
yeah, I would like
a great
go
great
ahead.
big chunks of this design are not mine, so I are not my original ideas.
So going back to the strategy card things, just looking at them individually, we already talked about leadership with what I said. I feel like guard is it. It shouldn't exist because I don't like the. We've talked about how the Imperial frigates can lead to some really bad things.
yeah,
Um,
I'll look at the balance there.
so if you're doing warfare and you just flip it over, I don't know what the secondary, the passing thing could be, but I do like that idea. But if you keep guard, it probably is better to just use it as a pseudo warfare to go to, but for your ships, like you get guard for your ships instead of for frigates. But that's likely way too strong in my opinion. Um, construction, I'm not too sure what construction secondary could be. Maybe that is how you get the uh, just tie construction to having the Imperial facilities, but that still goes back into that conundrum from earlier, which doesn't work too well.
Yeah,
Imperial could be just using the secondary of somebody's. If you pass
So
early, you can use the secondary of a card that still hasn't been activated.
that's yeah.
Phil, you can look in the sheet because I also modified the primaries and secondaries of some of the strategy card in that a little bit
Yeah, I'll
to
look at
make it
those.
more. And for example, construction says in my version, what I built up, that you can also use the construction of a space dock in your area. So as a choose one out of three. As an example, maybe you can involve this in your construction somehow
Yeah,
in the passing or whatever. I don't know how.
And diplomacy could probably have something with moving your space for your Imperial frigates, your freighters from one space dock to another, or something like that.
yeah,
Instead of giving the freighters movement, everybody can move their freighters from a space dock to another, or something like that,
yeah.
and just get rid of. Well, shouldn't say get rid of the freighters. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's fine, and I'm recording this. I'm streaming it up to my Twitch so that I can go back and look at it again later and replay it and take more
Yeah,
notes. And
economics seems very weird, by the way. Just how it's set up with the current treasury, because there's not enough in the pool until you get that reset. It makes sense when you have that reset, but it's
well,
awkward
and I've got a
otherwise.
feeling that as the game progressed, if we go through a couple more rounds, because with some of the economic boosts, the amount of trade goods that'll start flowing will skyrocket. And I think that some of the issues that we ran into there were just because it was the first round or two, and economies hadn't really taken off, and the trade goods flow hadn't really turned on. We hadn't really turned on the water, and we were draining it faster when we were putting it in.
Well, if
But
you'll
I could
remember the
see,
issue, if you'll remember the issue was just the guard thing. You and I dumped 24 trade
yeah,
goods out of the bag.
yeah,
It was fine until that happened. Like I think guard is the issue here.
I
That's
think guard, yeah, because at one
Yeah.
point there, the treasury had like 40 tokens in it. It was redonkulous. Um, we just drained it out faster than it was feeding into it.
There is another
So
problem. For some factions in the long run, like you have an Arcan, a Cholnar, a Muad who's producing so many trade goods, and they have such a majority of these trade goods then in the pool. Of course, yeah, you can remove it with trade and blah blah blah, but then you're more or less forced to pick trade because you produce too many trade goods, and then they are drawing all the time their own trade goods and cannot get any other players because they produce so much stuff. So
Yeah.
get rid of this bag, really.
Well, and I was kind of thinking that might work out actually in some weird ways. I'll look at those economies though, and again, um, it's
you could
possible.
have one of the secondaries be building the freighter or something like that on some of the strategy cards.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking out loud. The technology ban thing, I think it's interesting. I feel like it's more something that should be an event, but that's just me. We haven't really experienced it much because it requires you to have the other side of technology, which is really hard to get. It really shouldn't be on the backside
And
if you
that's
can't get access to it.
that's something that I was aware was potentially an issue going into things, and I had war gamed it out a couple of times just by myself, but I'm like I have to actually play test it to see, and that is the fact that there is a greater demand for some strategy cards over others, which will make the getting the flip sides of them much more difficult. So that is very much on the forefront of my thoughts about how that balances out or does not balance out, and what it takes to make something workable. But again, the answer was for that was, hey, I have to have a complete system and try it and see what's broken before I can fix it, because I'd hit
I
the
will
end of
say
my
I do like
design
this card
space.
being in the pool. Okay,
Which card?
things like this. Like I do like that with like how we're setting up the trade goods to be working,
Yeah,
or at least how we discussed they could be with the commodities. I really do like the commodity idea quite a bit more than this, but I don't know how we could playtest. You could playtest the Imperial Treasury a bit more, but definitely the old guard really fucks that up.
yeah. I think guard really screwed it up, and I think that made it look a lot worse. And I'll mess with guard and probably rework at how Imperial, it might just be that the nerf there may just be that, like, instead of producing from the the treasury, you just produce two or produce one. You know what I mean? Because that way you would have at most 4 or 5 of them around and probably produce them at Mechatol Rex.
Well, you could also put a capacity of how many of these ships you could have in
Right.
the game.
Yeah. And just instead of having an unlimited number, it's like you could have a grand total of 5 or something max. Just
Well, like
Don't
you could. Well, go ahead.
think about options how to improve this. Just remove it.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet, Olo, but I'm not opposed to the idea in long term. I may get there. I want to try and fix
This
it first.
I had some interesting strategy cards. Scuttleküte Rollboost.
Yeah.
I do really like the status phase game faction techs a lot. And they're the way they're balanced, or at least most of them are balanced, is for techs that are usually not picked by factions that are or are really hard to get, are a lot easier to get because of these. It's like, for example, um, at least for Imperium, it's really easy for me to get Void Watch and sometimes and Aether Stream, but they
Mm-hmm.
usually require me to get them like round 2 or 3. I can't get them round 1, which is important.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have a faction that really struggles without that faction tech round 1. Um, so it's more balancing about what the faction needs in order to be relevant. I think for those, if they need balancing as much, I do like them quite a bit.
I'm out. It's nearly
Same here.
6:30.
Yeah, it's time for you to get
Cool.
going, my
Was
friend.
interesting.
Yep.
Good stuff you're doing here.
Like I said, I've been banging my head against parts of this for 3 years now, and I need to get it out in the wild where I can get raw,
No,
unfiltered opinions, and I appreciate them. Thank you.
I like to see, because my play tests when on my game, when I did them, work the same way. We play like 2-3 hours. People like it, and then you kind of go in a little breakdown, and you see it's not ready. I like to see that the same shit applies to you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's stuff. Yeah, and you miss little things that you're like, how did I miss that when I was getting stuff ready? It's like, how did I miss that phrasing there? How did I not realize that that was? But then I
my
got,
my game, yeah, I know what you mean. My game was awesome in the economy part. It was just super smooth, but my combat was taking ages because it was rolling dice festival of 10 dices and having 20 hit points on every ship, and then you have defense abilities. Your
and
defense abilities were better than the offense abilities, never got a hit, and nobody died ever, and it was an infinite
I
amount. How I solved this now, I made everybody gets one dice roll. The defense abilities are less strong, and you apply the damage, and it's for the rest of the game there, so
yeah.
you can repair it.
Part of the reason I was trying to go with the dice over here for rolling for things over here is I wanted to have something that was kind of like a big group fight and was not based on voting the same way because I wanted it to be something that could, in theory, be done fairly quick. And I'll have to revisit and look at this again and see if I can make this work.
Yeah, but when you want to have something quick, then you cannot have. It's more or less the same what I had, because I had the same. I was rolling, and then you make a decision what you do with these rolls. I had this in my combat system. You
Yeah.
roll, you get a value, and then you decide what you do with this value. The same is for you. You either say you're rolling, and the one who has the most rolls uh, is doing it. But once you make a decision process into this, it doesn't save any time.
Yeah.
It's always a problem when you make decision problem. And this I figured out a lot. I try to minimize decisions, or I'll make them very simple. Like I'm working on a systematic. I'm thinking about a systematic where you like planning in parallel everybody. Like you make a common planning phase secretly, and then the execution is just the order flow. It's just like, okay, this and this step, it's just a matter how it orders, but you cannot change what you ordered because you planned in the head. You said, I will move, I will uh, gather, I will do this, I will do this, but you cannot change it. It's just like you need to say, I'm doing step A1, step B, C, and then you have a little decision. And it's not like I'm changing my whole strategy because
Hmm.
this guy moved 2 spaces in this direction.
Yeah. No, I
So
understand
that's,
exactly what you're saying, and there is a danger in giving people choices. Anytime you give somebody
yeah.
a choice, you're adding 10 minutes to the game
Yeah,
minimum.
and that's the problem in TI with action cards. You do I want to play a shield holding? Do you want to play a start of combat? You want to do AFP? You want to do PS? You want to do before movement any card? You want to do an ancient parasite? Uh, get rid of that shit. All of these opportunity windows, shrink them down to one. You play a card, yes or no. That's your timing window. The other player reacts, yes or no. Done. But 5 different steps, always asking yes, no, and then missing, and then you have argues. Fuck it.
Like we gotta have whens and afters.
Yeah, we have a when, we have an after, we have a before, we have an
It needs to be one button.
one.
Okay, this has been revealed. Anybody playing a card? No? God.
Yeah, yeah. That's the way. That's the way how it is. You want to play a
Instead of having
card?
to go
Yes,
around
no.
twice going, okay, anybody got any
Yeah,
wins? Okay, does anybody got
yeah,
any
yeah.
afters? No? Yeah, I agree.
Bullshit, bullshit. Yeah, of it, make it simple.
Hmm. All right, guys. I got
Okay,
to get
my bad,
going
man.
here, I think, and work on some other things. I appreciate the opinions, and I'm sure that if you have anything more comments, thoughts, toilet thoughts, bathroom thoughts, dinner table thoughts that occur to you later on, feel free to toss them in the nobility variant
Sure.
forum, and or the thread, and I'll see you later.
See ya.
All right,
Have a
later,
good day.
guys.
Bye.